This meeting to order. Welcome. I'd like to call the May 20th, 2021 regular meeting of the Encinitas Planning Commission to order at 6:01 p.m. So reminder, please turn off your cell phones or set them to vibrate. And also, if you could, please also mute your microphone unless you're speaking. Agendas for this meeting are available online. Let the record reflect that all 5 of the planning commissioners are present. And we start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'll follow me, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You know how Castle does it?
Okay, thank you. We continue with special arrangements for tonight's Planning Commission meeting due to the COVID-19 pandemic, although hopefully we can go back to something more normal soon. Pursuant to the State of California Executive Order N-29-20 and the amended County Health Order dated March 18th, 2020, which limits gatherings to no more than 10 people, members of the public will only be allowed to participate in meetings electronically. Tonight's meeting can be accessed and watched at the city's live webcast feed at https://encinitas.gov/government/agendas-webcasts. Normally, the Planning Commission is also available for viewing on Channel 19 of Cox Communications, Channel 24 on Time Warner Cable, and Channel 99 on AT&T Uverse. Unfortunately, tonight again, Cox, Spectrum, and AT&T Uverse are unavailable due to the ongoing broadcast room renovations at City Hall. Public comments must be submitted via email. Tonight's agenda describes the process in detail, but I will summarize it. Written public comments to the Planning Commission must be submitted via email by 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting and will be forwarded to the entire Planning Commission. To make oral public comments, or I should say 2 p.m., I'm sorry, I misread that. Or to make oral public comments during the meeting, which includes oral communications, consent calendar, and comments on regular agenda items, you must register by 2 p.m. on the day of the meeting to join the electronic meeting. Members of the public speaking to the commission will not be shown on video. They will be able to watch, listen, and to speak when called upon. Each speaker may address the commission for up to 3 minutes or in accordance with the time period established by the chair. The next item is oral communications. We start each meeting with oral communications where anyone wishing to speak on a topic not on tonight's agenda may request to do so by following the process as previously described. Dina, do we have any oral communications?
Yes, we do. We have 6 speakers signed up.
Okay.
Our first speaker, that would be Kathleen Lippett.
Hello? Hello?
Kathleen, yeah, we can hear you.
This isn't Kathleen. This is Katie, Katie Pignataro.
Okay. And is it a donation to you, Susan, or is it, are you one of the other speakers?
I don't see Kathleen on the call right now. There was one phone number and that's why I unmuted.
Okay. So, but, and is Susan or Katie, is she speaking on oral communications or on the cannabis item?
I have a couple people who signed up for both. So why don't I go through the names and then we'll ask as I read the names if it's to a specific item. Is that okay?
Yep, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, so Kathleen Lippett, she has not logged on. Next is Jamie Hall.
Yes, I'd like to speak during the general public comment period.
Okay. You're on. Go ahead.
You're on.
Okay, great. Do I speak right now?
Yep.
Okay, great. My name is Jamie Hall. I'm an attorney, land use and environmental attorney with Channel Law Group in Los Angeles. And I'm just going to speak generally about CEQA compliance and zoning ordinances. I see here under your cannabis ordinance that you're considering tonight that you're thinking about exempting, either deeming this not a project or exempt from CEQA. And so our firm a couple of years ago took a case to the California Supreme Court. It's a important case dealing with cannabis and CEQA, and the intersection of those two things is called Union of Medical Marijuana Patients versus the City of San Diego. And the City of San Diego was trying to do the exact same thing that Encinitas is attempting to do tonight. They tried to deem their ordinance authorizing medical marijuana dispensaries not a project under CEQA, and the California Supreme Court held unanimously that they were incorrect. And that the zoning ordinance was a project under CEQA. And so I'm just going to caution the city to not make the same error tonight. There is absolutely no way that this ordinance that you're considering is not a project under CEQA. Again, the name of the case is Union of Medical Marijuana Patients versus the City of San Diego. And this applies to all zoning ordinances that you might be thinking about. You have to think about and do the environmental review at the earliest stage possible, and that includes at the zoning ordinance adoption phase. And the final thing I just want to say here, and then I'll conclude, is that the Measure H itself specifically stated that that it did not say that you were using a statutory exemption, and it said that the city was supposed to be using the same standards for environmental compliance as other similar land uses. So you need to look very carefully at that section of Measure H itself. You're not given a get out of jail free card on this. And there are clear environmental consequences that flow from the establishment of new land uses like this in the city of Encinitas. And our Supreme Court unanimously said that in UMMPV San Diego. So good luck on your deliberation tonight.
Okay, one question, Jamie, are you going to be around when we get to that item, to item 8B?
I'm going to try to stick around. I am definitely going to try to stick around. Okay,
I appreciate that. I think this was not oral comment. That should have been a comment with item 8B.
Okay, well, sorry about that.
Yeah, the oral comments, just for everybody's noted, are for items not on the agenda. So that is actually one we do have on the agenda tonight. So next one, Dina.
Our next speaker is Susan Sheen.
Okay, Susan, can you hear us? We'll wait for you.
Yeah. Susan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm not sure if can you hear me?
Yeah. Hear you.
Okay, things not on the agenda. That would be my main concern. Highway 101 at George's between the Chart House and Seaside. The bicycle people have two sheer roads, Highway 101, both directions. They have the east side of 101 and there's no walking pedestrian there. I don't understand why all the bikes get all the lanes and pedestrians get nothing. And then towards the beach, you park your car. The driver's side is a bike lane. You got to watch out for that, which was normal. But then getting out on the passenger side, there's a bike lane with e-bikes and people not slowing down. And then you have your kids skirting across that to get to the beach. And then the little walking trail, which I use a walker, is not wide enough for two people to pass, nor could I roll my walker on it. That's all I have to say.
Okay. And you might want to, this is the Planning Commission, that your comments may be more appropriate at Traffic Commission and also at City Council. So, you're fine to do it here, but you might want to consider talking to them too.
All right, I'm a newbie.
That's right. Most everybody is, so it's okay.
But I have one comment. about tonight's thing. That is, my neighbors didn't get all the mailings.
When you say tonight's thing,
2442 Oxford Avenue,
okay.
Cardiff.
And if you want to comment during that one, if you
Then
could
you
do it.
have to- Okay,
Well,
got it.
Actually,
These are-
that is, Roy, is that one on the consent calendar? Yeah, so,
Oh,
so
yeah.
how do we,
No, I think the one she's referring to is Malloy, which would be, right, Malloy, 8D. The variant.
Is that the variance?
Yeah, it's 8D.
okay,
Okay.
yeah, so 8D, right?
8 is in Dina.
Dina, yeah. So Susan, actually, if you stick around, we'll let you speak at the
Okay.
beginning of that one if you'd like to address it.
Well, okay, thank you.
Okay. Next
Okay.
one.
Next up, we have Gerald Kessler. All right, Gerald, you're on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to say to the planning committee, keep up your hard work with this AB 2345. I appreciate everything. I just can't take another 6-hour meeting, and the law is so confusing. It's very confusing for the layperson, and I appreciate all the hard work you're doing to help keep Encinitas what the meaning of the word is. Live oaks on the hill. So I'm grateful for all your help, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Next for oral communications is Katie Signatario.
There we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Planning Chair Ehlers and Commission members. My name is Susan Pignaturo. My nickname is also Katie. And I want to first thank you for all your hard work and service for taking into consideration what I have to say tonight. I'm talking about an item not on the agenda that I will label as Encinitas Planning, Education, and Communication of the Public, or continuous improvement in equality, diversity, and justice within that communication structure. I would like to see this start by having 2 items. One, publicly posted planning information in areas where people of diverse income, age, education, internet skill level are, meeting them where they are, such as Target, grocery stores, and coffee shops, and newspapers, not just links to online. That's great. We've been doing wonderful with trying different technologies, but I feel like we're still missing the general public. 2 is having a planning town hall meeting with planning staff and commissioners. Why? Because it's just tough. It's tough to gain a foothold of understanding who to go to, when and how within the city of Encinitas. I speak from my own experience, and I've spoken to others, some that may be even serving right now. I'm guessing from the inside, it might seem clear, although some have admitted it's not. It has not been clear to me, my neighbors, and some other friends and distant friends that I've talked to about this that live within the city. For me, the most recent situations were understanding all the development issues, the state lawsuits, builder association, legal issues, planning items, and council items. Where does one go to read, to be taught and learn about all of this? I'm curious as to the training system for even the commissioners who want to serve. And how do you effectively communicate with the city and receive answers to questions? I and some neighbors noticed we were having signs of illness. Now some pets are ill too. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know who to go to. We were transferred. I will tell you my experience is I was transferred to many places. No one truly owned the issue in the city. And when they found out about it, no one inquired. No one inquired about why we were sick. No one came to hear our situation to try to get to root cause at the beginning. I'm here, Chair Ehlers. I've watched you be progressive in many ways. Please consider this. The town hall to be 15 minutes overview with the planning department giving that overview. a 15-minute overview of what the commission does, the commissioner's roles, how to engage, where to find information, and then 30 to 45 minutes of questions, a true town hall meeting, questions that can be given prior, that can be asked during the meeting, questions such as who do I go to with a question? Where's a list of metrics for the planning department and the commission? Where do I look to see what are they doing? How is it going? And so what I'd like to do is just understand more of that, and please encourage this to start with your commission, please, and the planning department. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any more?
Yes, our last one would be Cindy Cremona.
No. Do not see Cindy.
No Cindy. Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
she's not there.
Okay, well, we will move on, especially in the interest of getting everything done tonight. So we will now move on to changes to the agenda. Are there any changes to the published agenda? Anybody want to suggest any? Steve? And you're muted right now.
Thank you. I would suggest or recommend that we move item 8D to the consent calendar.
Okay. How does the commission feel about that? Susan? And then Amy.
I agree, and I think 8B could also go to the consent calendar.
To the chair, we do have Susan Sheen that spoke earlier for item 8D. She was going to speak to later when it came up.
Okay.
And then for item 8B, we have 14 speakers.
Okay, so we can't do 8B certainly. 8D, I'm split on whether I would want to. My only concern about 8B is the getting into the nuances of a variance. It certainly meets it in my estimation. I think Kevin, you've probably done variances here before, and it's a very high threshold, and it is an opportunity for all of us as a commission to get together and not have a long discussion, but have a discussion about what's required for a variance and understand the technical. Susan?
Oh, I'm sorry. I may have misheard. I thought he was saying move 8C to the consent calendar. I would not want to move 8D to the consent calendar. No, a variance we should discuss.
Steve, did I misunderstand you? Did you say?
No, I did say 8D. I do think the variance is I could find the findings for the variance. I would support moving 8C to the consent calendar.
I would not. So I definitely want to talk about that one. So I think 8C is a no. We have speakers on B and Susan, and I think my preference would be to at least allow some time for 8D and go through the variance enough that we all understand it. I think, Steve, you probably have experience with variances too. So yeah, but I think for the first time for a commissioner going through a variance, it's very, very important. In fact, there's even a note in there from some outside developers asking about what kind of threshold, that there's a pretty stringent threshold. So there might be other eyes even watching us wondering, do we rubber stamp it or do we actually make sure we understand the level of variance? So Kevin, you had your hand up momentarily?
Yes, I did. I agree, by the way, on the variance. It's important that we see this. There are commissioners here who haven't dealt with one yet. I'm looking at item 8E, the La Costa update. And honestly, I've dropped the ball there. I should have had a meeting with Amy before this, but I am unprepared for that meeting. And I would like to continue this to our next meeting.
And I totally support that. I did a little time budgeting exercise, and I assumed that we'd get done with what we're doing now by about right now, and then we would start an hour on the next item with a 10-minute break, 2 hours on 8B because it's a big item and we have a lot of speakers, and that takes us to the end of item 8B till 9:30, And then I thought, well, we can definitely do item 8C. That's an hour. That's going to take us past 10 though to 10:40. And then 8D, I think, is a fairly quick, probably 15, 20 minute that would get us done by 11. And so, I assume that we would have to continue 8E anyways. So I would, anybody object to continuing 8E? We want to get to it, but obviously it's going to be well past 11 o'clock. And we don't want to make people wait again.
Chair, I have a question for staff. Dina, do we have public speakers on these items? And if so, do we have many public speakers or a few?
We have none on 8E. And then what was the other one you?
How about, do we have speakers on like the cannabis initiative or parking?
Yes, so 8A, B, C, and D, we have speakers on.
Can you just give me a rough estimate?
Oh, sorry. 2 on A, 14 on B, 2 on C, and 1 on D. And for 8A, we did close the public hearing at the last meeting, so I'm not sure.
I think based on that, if I ask Barry, he'll tell me we cannot have public testimony, at least in my past experience. Other people may have been watching last time and heard that we closed public testimony, and therefore they didn't bother to try and speak. And so, you know, our goal was to get through it very quickly, given our heavy agenda we're in right now. And we're probably going to have heavy agendas through June. That's why we have an extra meeting. So,
And
Barry,
we can expect
you want to wait in there?
on cannabis.
I agree with you, Bruce.
Okay. So with that, I think we're at this point just moving 8E to the consent calendar, adding it and making it continued. Do we want to do date certain?
It can be date certain, doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, Roy, do you have a meeting in June that would work?
June 6th is going to be rough. I've got plans, Memorial Day weekend. It's my anniversary and my birthday.
I think we're meeting June 8th.
Is it June 8th?
Tuesday, June 8th is the special meeting.
Well, let's not put it then. What's our next regular meeting, the mid-month meeting, Roy?
It'd be,
so we have a June 3rd, June 8th, and June 17th.
Let's go for June 17th.
Does that work from a workload standpoint?
We do have a big housing element site item that night, but that could work.
Oh my God, oh yeah, June 17th. I hate to say this, let's continue this off calendar. I think we need to discuss some timing on this.
Amy, you okay with that? You're the other committee member.
I am. I know I'm also up against a birthday. I did know Kevin's or Commissioner Doyle's was bumping up against another one of mine. So yes.
Okay, so off calendar so the change to the agenda 8E continued off calendar, and then we'll renotice it. So can I have a motion for the consent calendar?
I move the consent calendar.
Okay.
I second that.
Okay. Motion is second. Let's call the question.
In 1 second.
Yeah, I'm writing my notes too.
Okay. Motion, and that was by
Kevin.
Doyle and Dalton.
Yep.
Okay. Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sharon.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Flicker
Aye.
and Commissioner Dalton.
Aye.
Okay, that vote passes unanimously to approve the consent calendar, adding item 8B.
Oh, I just realized I didn't read the items on the consent calendar. I got ahead of my, oh, I'm sorry. What we just did, we didn't pass the consent calendar. What we did is we added 8E to the consent calendar, correct?
Oh, okay, so that was solely just to put item 8.
Yeah, well, usually, let me make sure I read it in, and we have no, Roy, do I need to read it into the record, or can we save a little time here and skip?
I think the motion was to move the consent calendar, so that was the motion made by Commissioner Doyle.
Right, to pass the consent calendar.
With 80, yeah.
Okay. And normally I would read in the names of the project. It was item 6A, the St. John's Storage Building, item 6B, the Mason addition, and item 8C, the continuation of hearing the Belmont Village Encinitas by the Sea. So I'm going to skip that in the interest of time, and we'll just keep moving. So we did pass the consent calendar.
Okay, great.
Okay, we have no items removed, and now we move on to the regular agenda. And on tonight's, we have, I guess, actually now 4 items. And so first item is item 8A, which is the inclusionary housing ordinance and in lieu fee. And that's case number PLCY 004342-2021. And it's a continued public hearing to consider amending chapter 30.41 affordable housing of the Encinitas Municipal Code to change the city's inclusionary housing regulations to increase the inclusionary housing percentage requirements to better address the needs for affordable housing units for all residential development, and to consider an in lieu fee as an alternate method of compliance and a new affordable housing impact fee for residential care facilities. And so this is a continuation. I don't know that do we need an updated staff report? I don't think we do. I think we can get right to it. And I went back and I reviewed the tape at the end of the meeting just to make sure we picked up right exactly where we left off. And we were on page 27. And we were not going to take public testimony. We were going to just continue right through this to get it done in a timely fashion. So with that, I think you've got page 27. Let me bring up my notes too.
Yep, I'm on page 27, and we ended at offsite construction of affordable units. Where we ended, we were talking about, in this section, there was some underlines and strike throughs for the modifications that staff is proposing in regards to basically who reviews or approves these special compliance options. And since the Planning Commission is typically the approval body, we did modify these to remove like city council unless the actual decision required city council. And so that's where we left off in the discussion.
Okay. And just so we're in, are you showing today's report or last meeting's report? So we're on
I am showing where we left off on my Word document.
Oh.
So, which is page 27. Are you looking at my Word document?
I am, but
yes.
Could you give me the section you're on there?
Sure. It's the developer's alternative compliance options.
30.41.
075.
Thank you.
Okay, and for those following at home, on tonight's agenda item, it's page 24 of the 445-page report.
I have no issues with that paragraph.
Okay. Just give me 1 minute while I get synced up on my notes too.
I'm sorry, Chair, did I hear somebody say somebody doesn't have an issue with something?
Yeah, that was Steve, I think.
I said I don't have any issue with the paragraph that we're looking at right now.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. So you're on C. Okay. I think on that page, I'm good. Anybody?
I'm good.
Okay, so now I'm at the top of page 28 of the March report.
I have no issue.
Is there anything on page 28 that
I
anybody
have no
wants to?
issue.
No, I think I'm good too.
Okay. Now I'm on section F, the dedication of land.
The only question I had is, does it have to be, to substitute land, does it have to be land that is in the city of Encinitas? Is there any requirement in here? And if not, should there be?
It would be within the city of Encinitas.
Okay, so there's no way to interpret this differently?
No, it would need to be provided here because they would need to count towards our city's need.
Okay.
It would also, excuse me, it also, if you'll notice number 3, it has to be located within the same community area.
Oh.
You know, to keep somebody in one area from putting the affordable housing in another area.
Barbara, can you just educate me? Because I'm with Bruce on what he said before, or commission, I'm sorry, Chair, but what he said before. Can you educate me really quick on what you're talking about?
This is if somebody wants to donate land instead of actually build the housing.
Yeah.
So number 3 has conditions. One is that it's suitable for the housing, it's consistent with any guidelines, it won't cause residential segregation.
Right.
And it's located within the same planning or community area with appropriate infrastructures and services. That's intended to refer to one of the 5 Encinitas areas. Maybe it could be clarified a little bit.
So if I'm understanding, when you say the same planning area, any of our 5 bedroom communities is considered the planning area?
Yes.
Yeah.
Should that be more explicitly said?
I think it should be that. I think it should say one of the 5 communities.
Yeah.
And that'd be very clear.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
I hear general consensus. Yes. Steve, you got your hand up?
Yeah, I guess my question is, why does it need to be in the same community planning area? Because I'm thinking an appropriate area might be transit oriented, that maybe we naturally want to locate affordable housing near public transit. And if a project is being built, say out in Olevenheim, where the densities are just so low that it doesn't support public transit, why would we ask or require that the affordable housing project be built or the land be dedicated out in Olevenheim where we can't achieve the transit priority that we have?
It's a good question.
I think the concern, I think this was really related to the fair housing goals, and that the housing be local. I recognize, Commissioner, that there's other reasons. This was related to the fair housing goals, that that affordable housing be, within areas of high opportunity. So that's really why.
Yeah.
Also to prevent affordable housing from, being concentrated in certain areas.
I understand that part of it, but I guess I also think within the entire city, there are areas that are going to be naturally more suited for affordable housing or denser development than every area of the city.
And quite frankly, if we go back, there were previous councils that wanted to put the majority of the housing along El Camino Real. You know, it's really been a council policy decision to distribute it equally around the city, not necessarily a fair housing issue. Susan? You're muted,
I
Susan.
agree with I agree with Commissioner Dalton. And I think that we really want to put it by transit. That is really important because we're eliminating a lot of the parking. And so transit, it should be near a transit center. And we do have a transit center at the corner of El Camino Real and Encinitas Boulevard. We do have the rail, which is down on Vulcan near D. And so those are the two main transit spots in the city. Other than there, I actually believe that we have very little transit in our city, and it doesn't make sense that but I do see in this item 3 the word suitable, and I do see the word infrastructure and services in there. And so to me that covers transit. No? Yes, does it?
I think
Would we say that is part of what that wording is about? But I do really firmly agree with Commissioner Dalton.
Okay, Amy, you have your hand up?
Well, with what Susan is saying, I concur with that. The problem.
Oh, are you freezing up on us?
And not what we could have.
You might have to.
Sorry?
You might have to repeat that. I think you froze up and I didn't hear it. Maybe other people did.
Okay. Sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Sound like the Verizon commercial. But I think right now what I'm getting a little bit concerned about is that we're starting to build our city around the transit stations and stops that we have now and not what we could have and should have going forward. So would love to hear your guys' thoughts on that because I think this builds directly into that. So Commissioner Dalton, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, Kevin's got his hands up, then Steve.
Steve, if you want to address Amy's point, I'm okay with that.
Sure, thank you. Amy, I agree that we should be planning for the future of the city and thinking that hopefully in the future there will be more transit. I'm thinking specifically about Liebenheim, where I think there's 1 acre or 2 acre lots that area of the city just may never really achieve that level of density that supports transit. Or if it does, it may be decades in the future. So in the near term, I think it would be important that people or developers or builders have an opportunity to donate land in an area that is suitable, you know, but may be outside the planning district that they're building.
Mm-hmm. So Kevin, did you want to go now?
Yeah, I noticed, now Barbara pointed out that one of the main purposes of this was to eliminate residential segregation. We don't want all our affordable housing tucked off into some embarrassing corner. And that's addressed in this specifically, will not tend to cause residential segregation. I agree with Susan and Steve. I do think the decision to put the same planning area, the 5 community groupings is a political decision. Everyone should be fair. But this is not, we're not saying that housing element sites should go anywhere. We're saying that if somebody has land to dedicate and it's not happens to be, you know, across an imaginary line yet within the city of Encinitas and it's appropriate and will not cause residential segregation, then I think let's go for it. It's gonna something's gonna happen infrequently at best, and why put restrictions on something that's gonna already happen so infrequently? It doesn't belong in our code, in my opinion.
And Susan, did you still have your hand up?
Hi. Well, I just want to reiterate something I said at a previous meeting. I did attend the 5 Big Moves lecture that the head of the agency gave for the transit agency for San Diego County. And I asked what was planned for Encinitas, and it's nothing. Let me tell you, it is nothing that they have planned. And they're going to expand on Palomar Airport Road, is what he responded to me when I asked that question. Because Carlsbad has a lot of traffic, blah, blah. They're a bigger metro than we are. They're going to also other areas. He told me about other areas. Nothing was planned in the near future. And so then I went on the web and I researched it and I thought, okay, well, yeah, but maybe there's something that is there, that he isn't, really giving me the whole answer somehow. And no, it's nothing in the near future is planned to increase our transit. Nothing. There's no money for it and there's no plan for it. So I just want to make that very clear.
Okay. So, and I'll hop in here too. I agree with you, Steve. I think this is, Barbara, you made the comment that fairness, what was the term you used for the area? Keeping, I lost it, but we don't want to put anybody into a disadvantaged area, but in the case of Encinitas, the schools pretty much cover the whole area. The shopping opportunities, the parks are all, we aren't that big. And so, limiting it to this corner, not that corner, if we lose one housing opportunity as a result, one donation, because that's what we're talking about, donation, because of that, I think that would be bad. So I would support striking that from this section where it's got to do with donated land. So, and it sounds like we have consensus on that.
I agree.
I agree.
So move on?
Yep.
Yeah, please.
Let's see. What are we on? Are we on page 25, moving to 26 now? I was trying to understand, maybe I have a question about G. So this may be state law, but it says it meets all the following requirements in section G. May approve credits in.
Oh, this is not a requirement of state law. This is actually something that Encinitas offers that actually you're not required to offer, but wanted to offer. Does that make sense?
Okay.
It was developed when the last time we updated this ordinance. It was developed as one of the options. And so you can create a credit program and then utilize those credits in a future development.
And they have to meet all four, bullets, correct?
Right.
Wow, okay.
They have to hit all 4 bullets?
That's
Yes.
I read it. I just want to make sure I read it correctly.
Yeah.
And then Steve, you got your hand up?
Yeah. Bullet item number 4 concerns me. If a developer wants to find sources of funds to build affordable housing and offer those units to other developers as surplus units, I don't know why it would matter to the city that they receive financial assistance from a public or a public subsidy. And we talked about this partially last time, and if this is intended to be City of Encinitas funds, but what if they got state or federal funds? Would they not be able to, envision a project, and piece it together any way they could and offer those affordable units to a developer within the city?
The concern here is that when someone gets financial assistance, it's basically geared toward the funding gap that they have. So it would be fine if they wanted to offer the units and then repay their funders. But otherwise, the developer is basically being paid twice for the same units. Right. Does that make sense? If the developer himself or herself is actually funding the affordable units, that would be fine. But that anyway, that's the reason for this, is that basically the developer is getting, you know, is basically selling units which have already been financed by the public.
Yeah. So are these or Steve, are you done? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand up.
Okay, I'll hop in then, Susan. Are these units, when they say surplus affordable unit, are those only inclusionary units or do they go beyond that? I know previously when we talked definitions within this code, affordable meant only inclusionary. So I want to be very clear about what that means.
Well, it could be other, well, if somebody does a surplus affordable unit, it means that they've constructed more affordable units than they're required by the inclusionary ordinance. In order to have them qualify, you know, to be sold to somebody else, the surplus unit would need to conform to the city's inclusionary requirements. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And so I'm going to go back to the Belmont Strawberry Field, which isn't on, well, I guess it's coming back, but it is an example where they were building affordable units that were not required as inclusionary units. Would those be considered excess that could be sold as credits to somebody else in an example like that? I'm not saying that exact one, where they're building affordable units. And the key here is that those units were also used as a consideration in making a finding of overriding considerations. And that's, are we creating a loophole again?
Well, I mean, in that case, are you creating a loophole? I mean, I guess the overriding considerations allowed the project to be built, but it didn't really provide any financing to the developer. So I guess those, assuming those units were all in excess of what was required by the city's inclusionary requirements, as this is drafted, they could be sold.
And that was a non-residential, it was a group care home. It's coming back. And but the key is I want to understand how this law interacts with that law. And it sounds like it would be excess, right?
Yes.
And I think,
well, I mean, if they were dwelling units, group care homes sometimes are not dwelling units.
This was on the same project, it had 16 or 18, 16, I think it was, affordable units, or 15 affordable units and one caretaker that were built in addition. But that was used as part of the justification behind the granting a statement of overriding considerations on the approval, or will be, I guess, where we are. So, because that's why I'm saying that these are really surplus inclusionary. I guess if it's surplus, it's not an inclusionary. So that, I think I understand now. It's something I'm okay with the way this is written, but I think we have to be careful going forward that developers don't double count with other uses for those excess inclusionary units, and we find a way to eliminate their ability to sell it if they're using those affordable units to gain some other granted right. So I don't know, Susan and Steve.
Okay, first of all, I would support keeping item number 4 per Barbara's explanation. And also regarding the surplus, on a project where inclusionary housing units ever required, it would not be a surplus, correct? If it wasn't ever required to have a surplus of units, it can't be a surplus, okay? That's, I would say, the answer for the example that you gave. But in general, unless this is a state law requirement, I would limit it to only the developer who did that development being able to do it. And I think 10 years is way too long. That's quite a long time for them to carry that along. I'd say 5 years is totally enough. That's my thoughts.
I would agree, but Steve, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm sad. I think there's still some nuance to item 4, but I'm satisfied with the general answer, and I'd be willing to accept it and move on.
Okay, Kevin.
I was gonna say, I think what we need is a definition of the phrase surplus affordable units. At that point, we could then define it as something that is not otherwise encumbered by obligations or agreements made. I'm not sure, staff would have to pretty that up. But, you know, because the Belmont case was that was, I think, a planned residential development. And the units were created for, you know, to basically qualify for a rather extremely rare and good benefit we gave them.
Yeah, we didn't grant it yet, so we want to be careful.
Well, no, but that's the one that's being asked for. It's you know, it's they're placing it at the same level as you know, the Target Center or the Home Depot or Encinitas Community Park. It's a big deal.
I'm gonna let Barry hop in here if he wants to caution us on anything.
Oh, yes.
And then we'll go to Steve.
Yeah, I think we have a project that's coming up. You guys keep referring to it. I think that I want to kind of get you away from that. And if you want to talk about the issue generally speaking, that would be great. But continuing to reference a particular project is getting a little troublesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate you keeping us within bounds. Steve?
Yeah, I would have a fairly simple definition of surplus unit, just to be any unit that exceeds the required inclusionary units. Those would be surplus units.
And then I'll put my hand up. I think I'm more along the lines of where Kevin is, where I think that it needs to be otherwise not allocated or encumbered as part of the project's granting, and you know, this is something I don't think we'll craft here tonight.
And so, Chair, I think Jennifer Gates had her hand up. She may have some feedback on this.
Oh, okay.
There's a definition, so we would just be modifying the existing definition. I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware.
And when you say there's a definition of surplus?
Yes.
Oh, right there, okay.
There it is on screen.
Yeah, and I think to Kevin's point, you were going a little, you were going to clarify that more so that it wasn't, you know, somehow we have to limit it, I think. But was it Steve then, Kevin? I see two hands up.
I'm lowering my hand.
Okay, Steve?
I'm not sure what the other further limits should be. If you're talking about if they use incentives or waivers as part of their development, it seems to me those incentives or waivers are what's enabling them to build the surplus units.
No, it's really if they have been bartered for, you know, if they were required for some other granting of privilege, whether it was used for a density bonus or qualifying by right, or to avoid double counting them.
I think that's a really slippery slope going. I mean, the incentives and the density bonus are, again, you know, lawful things that allow, those are intended to offset the physical constraints of fitting those units on a site.
Yeah.
In part, and the financial aspects of it.
I think I understand the intent of what you all are saying about the surplus affordable unit, and it's contributing to the project as a whole, versus just being offered as additional affordable units for the project.
And I would support Susan. Was it Susan's comment about 5 years? I think 10 years is a long time. I mean, I think back 10 years and how interpretations and laws change. the housing law will change multiple times in 10 years, and hopefully only 1 or 2 times in 5 years. So I would support going to 5. I don't know, other commissioners? Susan, then Steve?
With respect to the wording of surplus, could we refer that to staff and have them come back to us with a definition? So since we're a little bit fuzzy on it and it may be a slippery slope or whatever, you know.
And rather than having them come back, could we have them clarify in the staff report that goes to council? And in other words, we don't, if we can avoid bringing it back one more time, we would like to. So Steve?
Yes, I'd like to try to make a decision tonight, rely on staff to craft the language that captures the intent of what we've been trying to do. But I don't think we can sit here and knock it out.
I agree. I agree. What about the 5 years? Anybody?
I'm having a hard time finding what paragraph or where is it referring to 5 years or 10 years?
That's right.
It's in item number 1.
G1.
I would support that.
Okay. Any objections from, and I can't see Amy right now, so Amy, you might have to speak up if you have a comment.
I think she's just off your screen. I see her. I see you, Amy.
Oh yeah, no, I'm here. Yes,
okay.
That's brilliant.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure. Oh, go ahead, Kevin.
Sorry, I was going to say, I think Steve's comments were right on, and I would have supported moving on in those conditions.
Okay, moving on. Oh, hey, wait, one last question. Who is the approval body for those credits?
This would be Planning Commission.
Okay.
Unless it says City Council, it's going to be the approval body.
Totally understood, but it's not a director of development one.
No, because there would be a project in which they are going to have an inclusionary requirement. And I can't think of one that would have a director approval that would have an inclusionary project.
Okay, fair enough.
Am I okay to go to the next page?
I think so, yeah.
Yep.
All right, so we're on page 27 of the current staff report, or 30 of the old one.
Hang on, I'm trying to figure out my notes.
So this is the one where we made some edits, and these were based on Planning Commission's discussions and votes at prior meetings. And so that's what you see in red.
I have no issues.
So, yeah, okay, let's go Amy, and then Steve, did you want to talk? You said something.
I have no issues.
Oh, no issues, okay. Amy?
Thank you, Chair. So again, guys, just take me back a little bit. The 500 square feet, we got to that metric because of what? I mean, I hate to say I can't recall, but I can't recall how we got to that metric.
Because I think that was a significantly large addition that we just hit level of significance.
Okay.
I think that was a recommendation too. It's been a while too.
That was voted on the March 18th meeting to require a fee for additions of 500 square feet or more, and it was a 4-1 vote.
Okay.
Did I vote nay?
You did vote nay.
At least I'm consistent. I'm consistent. I'm good.
Good.
That's wonderful.
So I have a question about number 4. Now it's any one of these would allow an in lieu fee. And I have a problem with the way number 4 is. If they build one more in lieu, one more unit than is required, does that mean they can pay an in lieu fee for all of them?
I'm sorry, on number 4, the fractional unit less than 1/2.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's number 6 with a slash through the 4.
Okay.
The bottom one. I'm reading the wrong one. So the provision of the in lieu fee will create more affordable units than would be created by on-site provision of affordable units. The way I read this is that if they pay more with the in lieu fee, then then they can they use in lieu fee for everything?
That's correct. Sorry, go ahead, Barbara.
No, I was going to say exactly what Jennifer said. It's correct. I think this would occur in a case where, let us say that there's an affordable project that needs additional subsidy, a major affordable project, and perhaps the project itself is quite small. Anyway, that's the kind of situation in which it would, in which the Planning Commission might want to approve it.
But does this allow a developer to come in, propose over and above the required on-site units, and by doing so, pay an in lieu fee instead of building on the ground for the entire balance?
Yes, it could theoretically allow that, but if the fee could be made.
That's what I want prohibited. So, Amy, then Kevin.
I'm gonna be quiet.
Okay.
You guys know my stance on this, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, then Steve.
Well, now I'm looking at this item 6, formerly 4, actually would address one of the issues that's been brought up several times during the course of this discussion, which has to do with what do we do when we're building a big development of really fancy rich houses on a big lot where the houses are all going to be huge. And, we can provide the 1 or 2 affordable homes, or we could, have an in lieu fee that would potentially build, more than just one oversized affordable unit, might build 3 or 4 reasonable units.
Yep.
So I can see that happen. I can see it also. You're right. I can imagine it being abused. I don't imagine it being abused often. I think it'll be I think the potential good that would come from this is overweighs the potential harm. So I actually like this as an option here. Again, this would have to be the decision-making body would be whom? Planning Commission, I'm assuming. In which case, someone would have to sell me on the idea that this not building these units there and building them elsewhere would be to the public benefit. So I think, this is not a slam dunk. You can't just say I want to do this. You have to come in front of us and convince us. And I believe we have discretion on this.
Okay.
I mean, how much discretion do we have? Perhaps Barry or Roy, you could discuss that. If someone says, well, I'm building a half a unit too much, so I'm doing this. Do we have discretion to disagree with them?
I think this would be as objective as possible. So I think, or most of these are pretty straightforward, that if they meet one of these criteria, then it's given that they are qualified. For instance, for any residential development of less than 7 units, they automatically qualify, or they can request to pay the in lieu fee. Or I think the contentious one is the number 6/4, where that's where you do have discretion. So because it's unknown what there will be, that requires additional information for them to justify how they would qualify for number 6.
Steve, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was agreeing with Kevin on his assessment. To me, number 6 really is nothing but upside. If the developer can show that the in lieu fee would have a net positive gain for the city, by providing more affordable units than what they would otherwise build on site, I think the city should have the flexibility to accept the in lieu fee because it would generate more units.
Okay, and I think you hit right on the nose where I was going. I'd like to add that we'd have to make a finding of public benefit on that, and I think you used the term net positive gain, Steve. And I think I'd like to add one more sentence to that the discretionary body would have to make a finding of public benefit to exercise this option, because I think this is out of all of them, this is the most discretionary. And I think being explicit here again will avoid a developer coming in 10 or 20 years saying, but all it says is I have to provide more. It doesn't say anything about being better for the city. And where the intent, I think the legislative intent right now that I've heard from most everybody is it has to have an explicit public benefit. So people agree with that? And Steve, you still have your hand up. I don't know if you want to talk
Good
again.
with that.
I do. I mean, I don't, providing more units seems like a pretty black and white requirement. Will the in lieu fee create more affordable units than the on-site affordable? That seems like, okay, it does or it doesn't. But
I think it's a matter, in my opinion, it's a matter of scale, because you could have a 200 or 300 or 400 unit and you're adding an extra 1, and that's pretty minimal public benefit, in my opinion. Amy, your turn.
You guys hear me okay? I would concur with that. And Commissioner Dalton, I think you are super duper smart and you are doing like such an amazing job in this conversation, but I will have to challenge you just a little bit here, because I just think that we need to be careful, really, really careful, and our language here. And just please hear me. I do agree with our chair on maybe how we word this. That's all.
So, Steve.
Thank you. I don't have a great conflict with this wording at all. My tendency is to try to fall on the side of more simplistic wording so that it has a more common meaning to everybody that reads it. And I think there's as much danger as overcrafting the wording. It creates some subjectivity, but I appreciate your comments, and I'd be content with the consensus as Chairman Ehlers has modified it.
Okay, so I think we can, if there's no more, we can move on.
Yes.
Anything else on page 20? Wait, I don't even know what your page numbers are now.
27.
27, okay.
27 on the current one.
Can you give us the old number? Is it page 30?
Page
Yeah.
30.
I have a problem with item G at the bottom of this page, and it continues to the top of the following page.
So this project's requesting a density bonus, and then as well as in the R30 overlay zone, these two types of projects actually do have a requirement that the affordable units be provided on site.
You're muted, Steve.
My apologies. I don't have a problem with this provision. It's the following page.
Oh, okay.
The end of the, I'm ahead of myself. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, and I think G was a council policy decision, anyways.
No issue with G.
Okay, so moving on. You're into the residential care facility section? Oh, you're muted.
I'm at the end of page 31, the application and review procedure, item A2.
think you're ahead of us. Okay. Oh yeah. Hang on.
Page 29 of the current report, is that what you're looking at?
Did we have any comments or questions about page 28 of the current report?
Yeah, again, and it's a question, can we put anything in there that doesn't allow double counting of I think it's the same thing we talked about earlier. It may apply directly here too. Because this is talking about housing impact fees. And I think the same issue applies here as far as having to have a public benefit and not double counting. This is just a different type of fee, but it is really just a different flavor of in lieu fee. So the same protection we talked about earlier about being a public benefit should apply in this section too. Amy, you've got your hand up still? But you're muted.
For those of us at home, what are we questioning?
The residential care facility section.
Yep.
There is a affordable housing impact fee, which is really kind of a different flavor of an in lieu fee. So when we talked earlier about allowing I'm trying to think that if it's being used for if that impact fee is being used to say, hey, we're generating affordable housing, therefore we get some sort of additional grant, we want to make sure we don't allow double counting, or we discourage double counting, or leave it to the discretion of the discretionary board that overall you can't double count some of these incentives. So it's the same issue we talked about during the in lieu fees.
Yes.
It's just a different flavor.
Yes.
What?
Thank you.
Are you talking about the alternative compliance options for the residential care facilities?
Yeah, I believe, yes.
I probably should have raised this before. I get concerned when there's less objective standards apply. You know, like public benefit, which is not considered to be an objective standard. You know, there was just a case out of Simi Valley where a superior court decided that residential care facilities are covered under the Housing Accountability Act, which requires that objective standards be applied in reviewing them. So when a general public benefit provision is added, you risk having the provision considered not objective.
So if we said resulted in 10% more,
yes, that would be fine.
Or housing units, would that be the way?
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay, that to me that takes some of the discretion away from the body, but it's important that we don't leave these loopholes there. So, in the previous discussion, I would propose a 10% differential, and I think that would, if you're talking a small project, you're talking the equivalent in lieu of 10% of a house. But if you're talking a big project, like 200 or 300, let's say a 300 unit development, then you'd be talking 10% of the typically 40 or 50 affordable units that would go into that. So there'd be 4 or 5 units, not one. And I think a proportionality is both objective and and truly in the public benefit. So how do others feel?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. And so that retroactive, I see one set of thumbs up, one yes. And
I'm uncertain what you're proposing here.
I'm proposing to replace in both cases a 10% additional in lieu fees or over the requirement or affordable units, so that there's a significant public benefit. And I'm making it objective so we don't have a challenge by using a subjective standard.
Sorry, I was looking at my own documents. I didn't realize we jumped back to,
Well, we were talking about, yeah, Barbara was making a comment on both. And so
I totally support this. I love it.
yeah,
We hate subjective things. We only like objective stuff.
yeah, yeah. Wait, yeah. We 100% like objective. We sort of don't like subjective.
Yeah, I was channeling HCD there, sorry. But it's true. We've been weeding out subjective comments for the last 4 years. So
yeah, thank you, Barbara. That was a good catch. So let's see. Anything else on the affordable housing impact fee 30.41.085? If not, 30. I think Steve, you were ahead of us. You have one comment on the next one?
Yes, please. A2, please. Here it says the cost. I'm reading my one. The cost of reviewing any affordability gap analysis or other proposed alternative, including but not limited.
Oh, you're muted.
The cost for any financial analysis shall be borne by the applicant. Is this consistent with the state law as it relates to an undue administrative burden put onto the applicant?
Let's say HCD had expressed concern about the city's density bonus, ordinance and review, but this is the city's inclusionary ordinance. Frankly, generally this would not be required unless somebody is requesting an alternative, either an offsite alternative or either an offsite alternative or the land donation. And I'm not sure affordability gap analysis is actually the correct wording, but it would basically be, I believe, Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, to determine if the project, if the alternative project is feasible.
Feasible and or equivalent to what would be provided.
Yeah, or equivalent to what would be. So I think it would only be, this is something that most applicants would not need to pay. It wouldn't be a regular requirement.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to keep this as consistent as we can with the density bonus provision so that there's fewer special circumstances for every different condition. But your explanation, it sounds like this is a fairly rarely used item.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on page 29, correct?
If I could ask about item number 3, the affordable housing plan. Is this implying that the affordable housing is a special permit above and beyond just the regular application for a site development permit or a design review permit or coastal development permit? Is this a special permit in itself?
No, it's not a special permit. It's actually just like another report that's provided with the application, with the permits, and it provides all the information about how the applicant is complying with this section of the code. And so it's going to outline all those details of how it's meeting the inclusionary requirements. It's the same idea as providing a density bonus report for the density bonus project of how they're complying with density bonus, and this is for the inclusionary.
Right. And is there some question about whether the density bonus report is consistent with state law?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, it's just outlining what they're proposing and how they're doing their math, and it's something for us to review as staff.
Okay. Thank you.
And Planning Commission.
Okay. Anything else on page 29?
I see 5H is in red, and the evidence to justify the requested alternate. I just know this kind of reminded me of some of the issues that HCD had with the density bonus ordinance. And I wanted to make sure that this wasn't something that would, that's out of the ordinary. Any thoughts on this?
Well, I guess we'll hear from HCD if they think this is burdensome. The inclusionary ordinance is a bit different because most people, most of the applicants who've been coming in simply say, I'm proposing, 5 units. Here's the units that are going to be affordable. 3 are going to be they basically just, it's pretty straightforward how to comply. It only becomes not straightforward if they're requesting an alternative. So again, as we were talking about with the earlier provision about hiring a consultant, it's really if someone, wants to justify an alternative that isn't otherwise allowed.
Gotcha.
That's,
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara.
Then the idea is that all those items that were under each alternative could then be, that information is supplied with their submittal of the affordable housing plan. So it's all in one document together.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. And Steve, you had your hand up?
Was this item added from our last meeting? I'm looking at the old staff report or old markup strike through, and it doesn't include this H.
I think this was, it was just to make sure that again, to bring back the clarification of what we needed to make sure was provided with the alternatives.
Okay, I'm fine as long as that applies only to the alternatives.
Yes, that's that section.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
On the next section, 30.41.100, I don't know if this belongs in this section or elsewhere. At the E talks about conflict of interest with officials, employees, consultants of the city. Is there anything that limits, can owners rent to their own employees, to family members? Is there any conflict of interest when you, in our covenants, our affordable housing covenants that preclude self-dealing by the owner? In other words, where they're paying an employee, but then they give them, they give them less money and more house, but under this, so that really in the end, an affordable unit is not happening. I don't think it would go in this section, but it raised this question in my mind.
So I'm not quite sure, but so affordable unit, what we do every year is when we monitor them, we're asking for the information in regards to the income for each individual or household that lives in that unit, as well as the rent for that unit, to make sure it is consistent with that affordability level.
Okay, so it's just the simple first level analysis. Do they make, so, but is there anywhere in any of our affordable housing covenants that prevents side deals that would basically siphon off perfectly good affordable housing and let owners, to me, it seems like a conflict of interest, and probably the place to prevent it is in our affordable housing agreement that we execute with each developer as they are doing these.
Jennifer, doesn't the city administer all the city's affordable housing portfolio, maintains a waiting list and so forth?
We do not maintain a waiting list of our affordable units within the city, but we do can monitor them ourselves. The affordable housing agreement does have specific provisions in the sense of the developer cannot, the LLC cannot sell to one individual those kinds of provisions. They can't sell to a family member of their own. They can't sell to one of the board members. Those types of provisions do exist for the developers when they are selling. It needs to sell to somebody that's not connected to them. In the sense of if a qualified home buyer purchases a home, they cannot actually rent out the home. They have to live in the home.
Okay. Okay, I didn't mean to crater us. I just wanted, it triggered a question that I didn't know the answer to. So are there any other questions on page 30?
No question.
And how about page 31?
Amy's hand's up.
Okay, Amy.
Oh, thank you. That, that recognized me. Thank you, honey. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So I think, Chair, you raise an absolutely outstanding point, because I'm seeing this happening all over Leucadia. And this needs to get like reined in quick. So whatever you're like actually like saying and recommending as far as whatever we can do here, let's please do it, because we've got folks that are looking to have affordable housing and then they can't have it because somebody's got a ADU and then they've got a JDU, and it's just ridiculous. So I think we got to figure this out.
Okay, Kevin?
Yeah, I actually had been fielding questions about this from people, and I find I can't really give the answer. People are saying, well, it's like if I build an ADU in my backyard and it's deed restricted for affordable, do I just get a assigned tenant, or can I rent it to my mother-in-law at an affordable rate? Some people are afraid, it's like, ooh, if I have this, who am I going to get? I could get some wacko. I don't know. I'm afraid. Ooh.
They could rent to whoever that they choose to rent at that affordable level.
Okay.
They're selecting, they're basically offering their unit for rent. And then we are going to just confirm whoever they select qualifies, and that the rent that's being told to them actually qualifies as well.
Yes, but Dina, can I just like actually jump in on that? That is a really sweet story. It's not what's happening.
Put it in words, Amy. Put it in words.
Yeah, I think one point of clarification, Amy, would be that not all ADUs are have a covenant for affordability. People can build ADUs and decide to rent them, to not rent them, to rent them under market or above market. And what the city does yearly is they go out and they do, of all the ADUs, not the ones under a covenant, but all the ADUs, they do a survey and determine what percentage we can claim for RENA credit. But there is a small percentage that actually were built with a covenant to be affordable. And those are the only ones that Jennifer is talking about.
Right. And I would like to know, what is RENA credit, to be honest?
Yeah.
Is that available to the public?
Yeah, it's in the housing element, and it ended up being 23% of all the ADUs that were built in the cycle, last cycle, and it came out, what was it, 50 or so. It's a little off subject for tonight, but I'd be happy to explain it to you offline if you want to give me a call, and I'll be happy to tell you all about it.
Thanks.
Okay, I think any other questions on 31? And I think, is that it? I think we're through the line by line.
I said, wow.
So I'm trying to think.
What other decisions do we need to make on this?
No, that's.
Or are we ready to send this on to,
Well, that's where as I was looking back, getting ready for tonight, I think the first thing I want to understand, we've done a lot of work and there's been editing going on, but looking through the resolution and ultimately what we're going to vote on tonight is the resolution of a recommendation taking the inclusionary modifications we've done line by line and sending it on to City Council. Now we've made some decisions that right now KMA would not agree with. And so when I read through the resolution in detail, there was quite a bit in there about, how much we believe in KMA. And I think we need to edit that out. I cannot support the resolution as written today, the whereases and the whatnot, but I'd love to hear others' comments. So I think that's one of the things we will need to talk about tonight as we craft a resolution and send these recommendations on to City Council. Steve?
As a kind of outlining a path forward, could we say that tonight based on the edits we went for the line by line, I think we have generally had consensus as we've gone through that process. Could we come to a consensus on that? This is a recommendation of the City Council. And I think previously we've already taken a vote regarding the level of set aside required in the R30 sites. And that vote, I think, is already recorded as a recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes.
So could we make a motion to pass on our recommendation as outlined to the staff here tonight to the City Council?
I would ask staff what the path forward is. Do we have to pass the resolution or a form of the resolution that's included in the staff report? Jennifer or Roy?
So if there's certain whereases that you as a commission do not want to include, that's what needs to be decided tonight on your resolution.
Well, but do we have to send it in the form of that resolution? Could we just make a motion that we are sending on we have fundamental problems with the KMA analysis. I think we've talked at length through them. Quite frankly, they haven't been addressed to me, to my satisfaction. And I think in order for the council to proceed with our recommendation, they're going to require a new analysis, whether it's from KMA or from somebody else, I don't know. It will require budgetary authority, which we do not have. So I would be willing to just make that recommendation as a motion tonight and then send it on without passing the resolution captured in the staff report. Comments, Commission?
Chair, if I might.
Hang on, Kevin, then I'll let Barry go.
I would love to hear from Barry first.
Okay, go ahead, Barry.
So just looking through the resolution and the references to KMA, and Barbara will probably support me on this, is that part of you need to have that nexus study for your recommendations. So it does make sense to me that you can eliminate those, but recognizing, just as you indicated, that your recommendation was not consistent with the nexus study. So there's still kind of an absence that would be supporting your recommendation, not having a similar nexus study to support it.
Okay. Although we could say we've had testimony both from Kevin and from public members, plus we have the testimony where we went through the KMA study and identified where other profit was and that the full market impact of that profit was not taken into account. So we could say that in the resolution, I take it, as replace the whereases.
Yeah, so as part of your motion, you could include that in there so that you have that support for your recommendation.
Yeah, but for me, fundamentally, it does not make sense that the same zone, the same inclusionary percentage should apply on the standard citywide as would apply on one that where it's step up zoning to going from RR2 to RR30, for example. So, okay.
I couldn't agree with you more, Bruce.
So at that point, is there anything else? I had a list and I can't find my list of, there was one other thing, but I don't think it was big.
Last meeting, you discussed to include in a future motion the recommendation to City Council that they do have an additional study to look at the 50%, and you had worded that so that I don't know if you had your notes from that.
But did we vote on that already?
You did not vote on that.
Okay. So I would recommend we do that, and then we, I guess we could do the following. We would strike references in the current resolution to the KMA study, given that we don't have the confidence in it. Number two, we would add whereases referring to testimony and other modeling, and also discussion about some of our critiques during testimony of the KMA study. And then third, we would recommend an additional study be authorized by the City Council to that would more closely that would take into account the full profit potential of the projects and avoid, or not avoid, but help us understand why in one case, I don't know how to put this, help us understand that there should be more profit and more residual land value in the R30 upzone properties, especially the ones going from lower density to higher density. And then fourth is consider, and this is something that the commission will have to tell me whether you agree, consider having three different inclusionary rates for the R30 overlay. One for, I'll call it single family residential, meaning RR2 up to R11, one for multifamily to R30, and the third one, mixed use over commercial to R30, so that we could have different rates tailored to each one of those different conditions, similar to, and I can't remember which city had that. I thought it was a really good idea. And I think that addresses the profitability differences, some of the profitability differences we see. Obviously, commercial is not nearly as profitable to upzone to R30 as the others. So that was a long-winded motion with three, or suggestion for a motion. Is there discussion from the, Steve, I see you got your hand up.
Yeah, I can't, I wouldn't be able to support that kind of all-inclusive motion. I don't know if there's a motion that could be bifurcated to say the comments that we've discussed regarding the ordinance itself. I feel like there was general consensus among all five of us about that aspect of this. But as it comes to reliance on the KMA or on other sources for evaluating the percentage, I can't agree with what you've just outlined.
Okay, so do we want to handle this one by one? But go ahead, Susan, and then Amy.
I think we want to simplify here. And so I would, where it does refer to Keystone Marston Associates or KMA, which is, the abbreviation meaning that same firm, I would add where something like this. I would say something like, whereas the city hired Keystone Marston Associates Inc., KMA, and I would add, and whereas, and we have heard qualified testimony from others. I would say from others, including the public, or something like that. I would make it just very simply, sure, yes, we did. We did get this information from KMA. We did hire them. Yes, we did that. And not like just knock them out of the park. Just say, no, instead I would add that, and we additionally heard from, we heard from experts, we heard from public regarding financial feasibility or economic feasibility. So we weighed all of the evidence. We didn't just look at one firm's analysis. And I don't know if we need even more study, but if we do need more study, I don't want it to cost a lot. I think if we do need more study, we want them to look at this report by KMA, find any flaws or any weakness or any inaccuracy. If they find it is, a great report, well, we want to know why, because we looked at it and looked at it with another analysis tool, a software that Commissioner Doyle used, and we didn't have the same finding as KMA. So but as far as the wording, I would make it very simple, where that we heard from Keystone Marsh Associates and additional expert testimony and public input, or something like that. I would just phrase it simply. I wouldn't try to get too crazy with it. I would leave it a little open-ended. I like to leave myself elbow room.
Okay.
Okay.
Amy and then Kevin.
Yeah, I'm going to make this really quick because we've got a lot of an agenda to get through tonight. So I totally agree with Susan. I completely agree with Steve and with Kevin. Let's move.
Okay, Kevin.
Okay,
Jennifer.
I'm looking at page 6 of the staff report where I'm at the resolution itself. And I'm looking, maybe Jennifer, you could pull this up. I'm looking like paragraph 6 on page 6, which is one of the whereases. This is the one that, whereas the.
What did you just call that?
It's page 6 of our staff report.
Okay, but, okay. Mm-hmm.
6th paragraph. It's the one that says, whereas the study methodology follows best professional practices and is sufficiently rigorous to allow an assessment of whether the rental inclusionary requirement in combination with other factors that influence feasibility is economically feasible. And that whereas I kind of specifically disagree with. I don't agree with what's there. I don't think it was sufficiently rigorous. I'm not questioning the best professional practices whatsoever, but we specifically wanted to capture developer profits. We wanted to get the overall increase in value of the land, not just for the landowner who happened to hit the lottery and had a piece of property that was worth next to nothing and suddenly it's worth 10 or $12 million. But I want to see a study that captures the increase in value on this property, and I don't see that. I see the feasibility analysis we got relied exclusively on land value, and so I want to see. I do agree. I think the city needs to. We need another study on this. I want something that I've done my analysis, and I think it's very telling. But I am not a professional property analyst, and I would like one to look into this specific issue. I want to capture developer profits. I want a piece of that for the city, and I think we're going to capture that as inclusionary affordable units.
Okay, I'm going to have Jennifer. You had your hand up. You wanted to interject, and then Amy, you still have your hand up.
I just wanted to clarify, just make sure that I understand everything, but the concern is not the feasibility analysis towards the city-wide inclusionary requirements, but rather on the R30 inclusionary requirements.
That's correct.
And
Yeah.
then the nexus analysis is what supports the in lieu fee. And so you do not, I haven't heard any concerns in regards to the nexus analysis.
All of my analysis shows that when dealing with non-R30 upzone profits, everything came out pretty much as I hoped. I think the 20% was fully justified. The in lieu fee was fully justified. It was it only spins out of whack when we upzone, as Bruce pointed out, from RR2 to R30. And we're talking a piece of land that's worth a few $100,000 an acre to suddenly making it worth $2 or $3 or $4 million an acre. And that's just the land value. There's a lot more money to be made. If we look at a 200 unit development that's built, there will be much more that the amount of growth of the land value will be dwarfed by the amount of money that will be created by the development of all these additional units in our high cost per square foot community.
Yeah, and I think for tonight, rather than retry the trial,
yeah,
I think
we just need to.
We're trying to.
We need another whereas.
Yeah.
So I was thinking that staff would recommend that I would work with special counsel to modify the whereases to that effect, because the feasibility analysis is still providing the analysis required for the citywide recommendation.
I would totally trust Planner Gates in this and our attorney. I think this is, I think our intent is very clear. I think council is going to be watching this also. Maybe, I don't know if they're going to watch every single meeting, but
they should.
They should, but we're all human. But yeah. I think our intent is very clear, and I trust staff to capture this in our resolution.
Steve, you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I would love for staff to take it and come up with some language, but I'd like to reflect that KMA was the only expert in this the debate that was actually hired through a qualifications-based procedure by the city, and that they are experts in this. This is their market. Is that what they provide is what they gave us. That all other testimony that we received was opinion and not vetted to the same level of KMA. So some of us have disagreed with the end results of KMA's thing, but not all the evidence presented has been in an equal format.
Well, and so one of my comments that I made earlier, and I'd like to add that to Susan's, is that we also pointed out specific omissions or errors in the case of the rounding in the KMA, and that I think should be noted in the in fact, as I recall, the explanation about the KMA was it was used to set the in lieu fee and not the percentage per se. So I want to be very, very careful in that it was being used for the right thing.
It was used to set the percentage for the, as Jennifer said, we understand that the percentage for the non-R30 sites is acceptable to the commission.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good point. So Steve, you had your hand back up again. Did you want to hop in there?
Yeah, I feel like I worry that we're starting to retry this, but KMA was given an opportunity to address the errors that you pointed out to them, and they seem to have stood by the report at the last meeting that we went to without modifying it. But I feel like where we can find consensus is that we have agreed, I think we're agreeing as a group, that outside of the R30, we have crafted language or suggested edits to the ordinance, and we're in agreement with the percentages and lieu fees outside of the R30 site. Maybe that could be the resolution that we pass, and then
that could be one,
and then do a second.
Bifurcate it. Yeah.
Do a second one asking that the R30 sites be looked at specifically.
Okay. So do you want to make a motion on that? And Susan took her hand down. make a motion to approve the edits to the line by line, perhaps. I would entertain a motion to that effect.
Am I
Go ahead,
recommend-
Steve.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would make a motion that we recommend to the city council based on the edits discussed today or this evening and the in lieu and percentage set-asides outside of the R30 sites.
Could we also say the previous votes we've taken, basically? And put that in
Please.
recommendation form and moving on?
Thank you.
Yeah. And not just tonight's testimony and discussion, but the continued testimony for the last meetings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second that
Okay,
motion.
Kevin? And let's see, I've got, Susan, you got your hand up?
Yeah, one thing I just want to add is that as a body, the Planning Commission, it is our responsibility, our duty even, to review things like this and to give it our analysis. As the Planning Commission, we represent the members of the city. So the fact that we took issue with it is significant. It isn't insignificant. It's not something that we do not have expertise with. We hear matters, we evaluate matters, and we respond. So we are a panel of people who represent our city, and it's what we're doing that it's proper. You know, if we didn't evaluate it properly, that would be wrong.
Okay. So I've got a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Can we read back that motion just to make sure we hear the same one? Is that or Dina? Do you need Steve to repeat it?
Yes, please, or Jennifer.
Yeah. Any volunteers here, Steve or Jennifer? Want to take a shot at reading back what was in that?
Or Roy.
Perhaps would be best if the maker of the motion could repeat.
Yeah.
The motion.
I make a motion that we, it's a complicated one, sorry.
The reason being is there was some addition at the end after your motion that I wanted to make sure that we capture, because part of that additional elements were regarding previous actions and votes that were taken that also included motions on R30 sites. So I just wanted to make sure that I believe your motion was exclusive of R30.
So my motion is intended to exclude the R30 sites from this resolution or from this motion, to say for those aspects of the inclusionary ordinance outside of the R30, we found agreement in the line by line edits to the ordinance and the inclusionary level, percentage level, and in lieu fees outside of the R30 sites.
And Kevin, that's what you seconded?
I believe so. I mean, I'm running in my head now because we also talked about I think I should go back in my staff report because we went through several votes. And Roy, thank you for catching the.
I have the votes in front of me if you would like me to read them.
Sure, that's probably a good thing to do. I'm looking at them too, but for others, I don't know. I see the $25 in lieu fee, 3.2, CCI, sliding scale, the fee for 500 or more. The item 5 on the staff report is the 25% very low and 25% low for R30 overlay zones. I think this is very important. I just want to make sure if we are bifurcating this, that we're not just like approving this and then not doing anything about that. Because I think at that point, we would be leaving the most important bits behind.
No,
I think we're saying that we're going to do two motions tonight. I'm trying to do is.
And I stand by my second of Steve's motion.
Okay. And so number 7 is also included in there?
That one is the one that we discussed. Sorry, just a second here. On my screen. Number 7 is the one that we discussed at the last meeting and ended up striking.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to comment that the $25 in lieu fee is not in the ordinance. It basically would be a separate recommendation to the city council.
Okay.
The city council adopts the fees by resolution.
Yeah, and I think the intent here is that we agree with that. That's our recommendation that they adopt that. So,
right.
So, and so what I'm hearing is I've got the 25, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, not number 5, and number 6, and number 7, not number 7. I'm trying to. And that's included in the motion, correct? As making that recommendation, the first recommendation to the council.
Yes.
Okay. So I think we all understand it now. Any further discussion on this? If not, let's call the question.
All right, Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker,
Aye.
and Commissioner Dalton.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so now we had a previous vote where it was a split vote, but we had the R30 25-25. And so I basically pull at point number 5. And I'll make a motion that we add that recommendation to the previous recommendation. And then we can have probably a split vote on this too, and it may or may not pass. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay,
I'll second.
perfect. Any further discussion? This is on just number 5 on the staff report list. If there's no discussion, let's call the question, and this would be for the recommendation.
Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker,
Aye.
and Commissioner Dalton.
No.
So the vote passes 4-1 with Commissioner Dalton a nay.
Okay, great. So now, do we need to go through and edit the, I see Steve going like this already. The whereases in the current draft resolution, or have we done enough?
I mean, I think what we've heard is that you, because we are relying on the Kaiser Marston report for both the nexus fee and the citywide inclusionary requirements, that we leave most of this in, but modify them to indicate that you received additional testimony regarding the feasibility of a higher affordability requirement on the R30 sites, and that's the basis of your recommendation there. Is that correct?
That is it, yes.
Is that it, essentially?
Yeah.
And then are you also recommending that there be that the council authorize an additional study?
That would be my recommendation, and if I made the motion, that's what the motion would be. So let me do that.
Maybe you want to vote separately on that.
Well, I'm trying to get stuff done. So
Yeah.
I will make a motion that we modify the resolution that we, as Barbara said, we relied on the KMA study for a subset of our decisions based for the fee and for the citywide inclusionary, but we had exception. We had additional testimony and discussion and that we believe that justified the higher affordable, inclusionary affordable on the R30. And our recommendation, additionally, the city either needs to look at having a revised KMA study or a different economic feasibility study that is more in line with the testimony and the analysis we saw and corrected any of the omissions we discussed in the KMA study. Kevin?
I think a phrase is what I'd like is something that would fully capture the developer profits being generated by this rezoning.
Okay, yeah.
So I've obviously been thinking about the language of this one too.
I agree with that, and I don't know that I have a second yet anyways.
Don't you? I'll second you.
Okay. Susan?
I just want to add property value. This study was done in 2018. It's really 3 years later almost. Property value has really skyrocketed recently, very recently. So it is reasonable to ask for more up-to-date information, I believe.
Yeah.
With regard to the profitability and so on.
Yeah, and I think in the proposed motion includes the testimony. You know, we had a lot of testimony and questions that I felt went unanswered. That was one of them. So that's motion. I think a motion and a second. Are there other questions, comments? And this would modify the resolution that's in the staff report, basically. If there's no other comments, do we call a question?
Chair Ehlers?
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharon?
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker?
I would like to know how this is going to read.
Fair question.
You mean the motion?
Mm-hmm.
Steve, Bruce, do you want to, I'm sorry, Chair Ehlers, do you want to repeat it or?
Yeah.
Or
so we're going to modify the resolution in the staff report to first state that the KMA study was used as the basis justification for the in lieu fee setting and the citywide inclusionary percentage, but that we received additional testimony and had questions, unanswered questions or concerns with the KMA study regarding the R30 inclusionary percentages. And that furthermore, we recommend, and this will be embedded in the edited resolution, we recommend the city council obtain either an updated economic feasibility analysis or a new economic feasibility analysis for the R30 upzones.
So that's how the motion reads?
That's how the motion that we're doing here, it'll ultimately result in editing to the resolution, I think. but let's get this vote out of the way, and then we can decide. Jennifer, you can tell us whether we just let the resolution sit and we just have that, or
Bruce, before you move on, the last bit you did on this motion where you want where we request the additional study. I feel it's kind of important to add that bit about fully capturing development gains.
I didn't include that, but I meant to. And so, yeah, that fully capture the developer profits and resulting market effects. Sorry about that, Kevin.
That's okay. That's why there's 5 of us.
Yep.
I stand by my second.
So
I believe we're just waiting on Commissioner Flicker, if she was
Can you please recite the motion?
Yes, I will. So to modify the current resolution in the staff report, to modify first to let me get it straight. So first to that we use the KMA study for the setting the in lieu fee and for setting the inclusionary percentages for citywide, but that we received additional testimony and had unanswered issues with the KMA study relative to the R30 upzone inclusionary percentage. And that furthermore, we recommend that the city council either authorize a update to the study, to the KMA study, or get a new study that fully captures the developer profits and resulting market impacts. Is that pretty good?
I'm sorry, Chair. No, it's not for me. So
okay,
I apologize. That is not a good motion for me.
That's fine. What, as far as discussion, what's your objection? Or you?
It's almost like a double negative that we're doing here. So no, it's not clear to me.
Can we make it clearer?
That would be great.
Yeah, and when you say double negative, can you narrow it down to one of the 3 components, or?
Well, what we're saying is basically we are going to look for this information to negate that information that's going to do this information. It doesn't make any sense. So yes, if we can clear it up, that would be great.
Okay.
Chair, could I just interject here for a second? I'm concerned that if you're in the middle of a vote, we had a motion on the floor.
Sorry.
I think that Commissioner Flicker was appropriate to want you to reread it so that she understood it.
Mm-hmm.
If I understand her issue is that she's not comfortable with it. And at this point, I would either suggest that we continue with the vote, because if we change it in the middle, we're going to have to go all the way back around. So anyway.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And so I see you had your hand up. Was it, should we just call the question?
Just to that point, I thought we're in the middle of a vote.
Okay.
Let's continue with it, please.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
if you don't mind, I'm going to call the vote again, just for clarity.
Well, I don't think we called the vote yet on this, did we?
Yes.
Yeah, we're a
You were
couple
in the-
votes in.
We were in the middle.
We were in the
3
middle.
people voted.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod,
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
and Commissioner Flicker.
No.
Okay, so the vote passes 3-2 with Commissioner Dalton and Commissioner Flicker, both nays.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to do on this item?
Uncle.
I think we're done with it finally.
You're done.
And it's 8:08, so what I would recommend is a 10-minute break right now, 8:10 break time. Yeah, so back at 8:20 sharp. Remember, your mics are live.
Set my timer for 8:20, please.
Okay. I think I show 8:20.
Yep, ditto.
Where the 10 minutes goes by quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we have everybody. So let us move on to item 8B, as in boy, the cannabis amendment. And this is case number PLCY 004422-2021. This is a continued public hearing to consider repealing Encinitas Municipal Code Chapter 9.21, which is the marijuana and marijuana-related activities and uses in its entirety, and amending Title 30, zoning of the Encinitas Municipal Code and the downtown Encinitas, North 101 corridor, Encinitas Ranch, and Cardiff by the Sea specific plans. The City of Encinitas is amending these sections for consistency with ordinance number 2020-18 that was passed, approved, and adopted by voter initiative of the people of the City of Encinitas at a regular municipal election on November 3rd, 2020, creating Encinitas Municipal Code Chapter 9.25 and authorizing commercial cannabis activities involving retail sales, cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, kitchens, and personal use cultivation, subject to certain regulations and restrictions. Amendments being considered to Title 30 of the Encinitas Municipal Code and the specific plans include amending zoning uses. The Planning Commission will be making a recommendation on the item to the City Council. The City Council will consider the item at a separately noticed public hearing. Are there any disclosures? I had one disclosure. I've had multiple conversations and email exchanges with Katie Pignataro, who I think we heard from earlier, we'll hear from now, regarding her neighborhoods, that would be Fox Point, their issues with orders and health concerns over the nearby hemp operation. I wanted to learn more since this is an example of an existing cannabis cultivation within our city. For the most part, I've had those forwarded to Dina, and many, if not all, of the emails have been forwarded then to the entire commission. I have not commented on the merits of this ordinance with her or in emails, and I can be unbiased on the item tonight. No other disclosures. We begin with a staff report from Associate Planner Evan Jedinak.
I just wanted to quickly introduce, this is Evan's first Planning Commission meeting, and he is our new associate planner in our advanced planning, and I gave him a fun one to start with. So with that.
Welcome on
you,
board.
Jennifer. You have a sense of humor. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, we like to do the same thing to new planning commissioners. We usually try and their very first meeting, make it an absolute killer marathon. And then, you know, in the case of Steve and maybe Brett before him, yeah, probably like the first 6 or 7 are marathons. Yeah. At some point, it might get easier, Steve. Same to you, Evan.
I'm waiting forward.
Nothing says welcome better than a 1,200-page EIR report.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, Evan.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Planning Commission. I'm Evan Jednak, project planner for item 8D, the City of Encinitas Cannabis Ordinance Amendment. So in 2020, Measure H was placed on the ballot through a petition of Encinitas voters. Measure H and the associated ordinance 2020-18 was passed at the regular municipal election and certified on December 8th, 2020. Measure H legalizes several cannabis-related uses in certain commercial, industrial, and agricultural zones throughout the city. The proposed discretionary actions, which are the zoning amendment, specific plan amendment, and local coastal program amendment, are necessary to ensure the city's land use tables are updated to be consistent with Measure H and to repeal the existing municipal code chapter 9.21, which is inconsistent with Measure H. No changes are proposed to ordinance 2020-18, and it must be implemented as approved. If the commission has certain requests, staff can work with the city attorney's office to see if these could be considered as policy clarifications or if a future amendment would be needed. Measure H specifies that cannabis retailers or dispensaries are permitted in the general commercial zone and in the commercial mixed-use zones of the downtown Encinitas specific plan, the commercial mixed-use zones of the North 101 corridor specific plan, the commercial and mixed-use zones of the Encinitas Ranch specific plan, and the general commercial zones of the Cardiff by the Sea specific plans. Other than retailers, Measure H identifies 5 other cannabis land uses, including product manufacturing, cannabis kitchens, distribution, commercial cultivation, and industrial hemp in the zoning districts listed on this slide. Product manufacturing and cannabis kitchens are allowed in the business park, light industrial, and agricultural zones. Distribution sites are permitted in the business park and light industrial zones, and commercial cultivation and industrial hemp uses are allowed in the agricultural zone only. And for clarification, the only agricultural zone in the city is located within the Encinitas Ranch specific plan area. Further, the cultivation of cannabis must occur within a greenhouse or enclosed space, and Measure H specifies the requirements for each different use to obtain a business license from the city. So next steps, the Planning Commission will make a recommendation. The recommendation will be provided to the City Council for their consideration at a notice public hearing, followed by a second reading, so 2 separate council meetings. If the City Council approves the local coastal program amendment, it will be submitted to the California Coastal Commission for review and approval. The proposed amendments will not become effective until after formal certification by the Coastal Commission, at which time the city can begin accepting applications. And with that, the staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the attached resolution to recommend the City Council adopt draft ordinance 2021-04 to repeal Municipal Code Chapter 9.21, to amend Municipal Code Title 30, and to amend the downtown Encinitas, North 101 corridor, Encinitas Ranch, and Cardiff by the Sea specific plans, and to amend the local coastal program. And this concludes the staff presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
I'm muting myself. Does anybody have questions for staff? Steve?
Thank you. Is the use of pesticides and kind of the pesticides blowing over or off properties, is that governed within other ordinances in the city of Encinitas?
There are specific regulations in regards to noxious gases and odors and other types like that, as well as within Measure H. It does talk about chemicals in specific categories. Is there a specific concern that you are?
So if someone was concerned that pesticides were blowing from an agricultural field into their house or their neighborhood, they would have recourse within the city of Encinitas to have that addressed. Is that correct?
I can add that Municipal Code Section 30.40.010G about odors, toxic gases, and other airborne pollutants states toxic gases or matter shall not be emitted, which can cause any damage to human health, animals, vegetation, or other forms of property, or which cause soiling beyond the lot lines of any use.
Thank you.
And wouldn't there also be county enforcement that would come into play for pesticides, or is it state level?
I can say that the existing hemp operations are legally permitted by the county under state law. I think that's
right. I think all I was talking about was the pesticide portion, and whether in fact, it's the California Department of Pesticide Regulation, I think, would be another level of enforcement, correct? You may not be the expert too, Evan, so.
That I'm not sure about.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. And then Amy, you had your hand up, and then Kevin.
Yeah, I did. I guess I've just got a little bit of a question about exactly the map that you're talking about of this. What is the corridor that you're talking about? When you're talking about this particular corridor, what does that mean? I mean, does that extend into the interior? Is it just the 101 corridor? What does that look like? Because you have Encinitas Ranch on here.
And these are referring to the different specific plans within the city. So the Encinitas Ranch specific plan, is separate from the North 101 corridor specific plan. And it's basically just saying.
Is that as far as east as you would go or look to go?
Not necessarily. It's just saying that each of those specific plans needs to be updated because there are land use designations within those specific plans that cannabis related uses would be allowed. So okay. No, not necessarily, the general commercial zone, it is cannabis related uses are permitted in that zone under this measure H. So okay. It would extend beyond the specific plan areas as well.
Okay. And how are you addressing the schools?
So with regard to these cannabis related uses, they must maintain a 1,000-foot separation from all sensitive uses, which includes schools, daycares.
So give me an idea when you say 1,000 feet, just give me a rough idea of what that is. Is that a block? Is that 2 blocks? What is that?
Geez, I mean, I guess that would probably be 3-4 blocks.
Okay, because I mean, for anybody that's like listening right now, they're wanting to know, okay, I've got a school here, so how far are we talking about? When you say 1,000 feet, that doesn't seem like a lot. So we're talking about 3 blocks, 4 blocks, 5 blocks?
So 1,000 feet is roughly 1/5 of a mile.
Okay.
So, you could imagine a 1/4 mile, the length of a school track, a bit farther than that extended. So I mean, obviously it would depend on the size of the block we're talking, but yeah, I guess we might be talking about anywhere from 3 to 5, 6 blocks.
Okay. Okay. And that would be up and down the corridor. And I'm just curious, how does that help the people going into the interior? Like, for example, I'm at Flora Vista, or I'm at, any of the other schools at, how does that, like, is that gonna like actually still hold? Meaning that radius will still hold no matter where the school is?
Yes, that's correct. It's any school within the city limits. And again, it's also daycare centers. It's public parks where there's, play equipment as well. So 1,000-foot buffer from each of those uses.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's my question for right now. Thank you.
I think it was Kevin and then Steve.
Okay, yeah, I had the only real red flag that popped up for me was noxious gases and significant odors that could cause a public nuisance. Now, I know public nuisance is defined, or at least I hope it's defined. I'm rather certain that significant odor is not really defined. I mean, what is significant? I'm curious, since we don't have an odor management, we have like a noise ordinance, but we don't have an odor ordinance. if somebody said there is a significant odor, who would make that determination?
So the municipal code does actually touch on odors, along with that toxic gas provision that I spoke to earlier, 30.40.010G. So it says odors from gases or other odorous matter shall not be in such quantities as to create unreasonable odors at or beyond the lot line of the use. That is in nature a bit subjective as it's written. I believe code enforcement will go out and make a determination as to whether the odor is considered a nuisance or not. But yeah, that's all I think I have on that.
Okay, yeah, I kind of guessed that as much. I also have 30.40.010 open in front of me, and it's again as we navigate our code as under HCD's direction, we've been hunting down things that are too subjective, and this one is like, it's got words like unreasonable, and it's the potential to create odors that are offensive or inconsistent. It makes me uncomfortable, and this is not for you to answer us, Evan. I don't. You're not the. It's a little above your pay grade, but we need to address this in a more comprehensive manner. It's, as was pointed out, there are really only 4. Or there was 5 agricultural properties in all of Encinitas. Most people, I always thought there was more, but it's mostly remnants of the original Eckie Ranch. Quite a lot of it's still in the hands of the 3rd generation Eckies. And Fox Point Farms was the 5th, and now it's still ag, but it's specifically banned from growing hemp or marijuana. So we really only have 4 properties left. The issue, though, is not just with these 4 properties that might be putting out a little extra, skunk smell from marijuana growth, but apparently the hemp growers also have similar issues. Now, when I did research, I found a lot of other municipalities, especially in states that have had marijuana growing before we did, have enacted specific odor management ordinances, and there's an actual industry created that will, in a variety of ways, will mitigate any odors coming from your greenhouse. And it applies to marijuana in this instance. It could also apply to chicken feces, which I hear is quite pungent. Unfortunately, I don't have chickens here, but so when I look at this ordinance, this is the I know we can't change this ordinance. This is set in stone. The voters voted on it, and if they want to change it, they can change it by vote. But there are aspects that are not covered here, and the odor management is the big glaring red flag for me.
Okay, so let's keep it to clarifications for now, because we want to get public input.
Fair enough. Thank you, Evan. I just needed to get that nailed down.
Okay, Steve, then Amy.
Just as to establish some framework, because I know we have a lot of discussion still to come on this, but the ordinance is passed by the public, and that's not really the subject of what we get to modify tonight, right? We're being asked to repeal the existing ordinances as directed by the public vote, taken in whatever month that was. Is that a true assessment?
Yes, that's correct. So ordinance 2020-18, which is measure H, cannot be changed at all. And that's not what you're looking at tonight. Yeah, what you're looking at tonight is repealing the chapter of the municipal code that is inconsistent with measure H, and then updating the land use tables so that they are consistent with measure H.
Thank you.
So we're basically fixing the collateral changes that chapter 9.25 brought in, it had impacts to many other documents.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so Amy, then Susan.
Yes, I'm with Commissioner Dalton on this. It's kind of like, I think the voters have spoken and I'm not really quite sure what we're gyrating on. But I do want to understand, hang
All we're
on,
doing right now
hang on,
is
just
questions of staff.
hang on.
Okay.
My question is, what is considered a cannabis kitchen?
So a cannabis kitchen would be, you know, a place that sells baked goods, I believe, with cannabis products in the baked goods.
So you're talking about edibles?
Not necessarily. It would be more along the lines of, I don't know, for instance, brownies or cookies that were baked in with cannabis, which might be separate from edibles, which can be in a gummy form that might appear at a normal dispensary.
So literally a cannabis kitchen could be like mom, you know, like cooking cookies, that kind of thing, cooking brownies kind of thing. Is that what you're talking about when you say cannabis kitchen?
So to clarify, in the definitions of the ordinance that was passed, cannabis kitchen is defined as a premise where edible cannabis products are produced by a manufacturer. So it's not where it's sold, it's just where it's produced.
Okay, so this is a place where possibly an edible, oh wow. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, so how does that then enter into, okay, all right, okay, yeah, you guys keep going because I've got a couple other questions. Yeah, go, keep
Susan?
going.
Susan, your turn.
Yeah, I think we're only repealing this act that we had in place previously. We're not going into odor and all this other stuff today, right?
That's correct.
The repeal is for an existing ordinance. The fact that the voters pass this, maybe we do need something else, you know, to come up with some distance or odor filtering mechanisms or whatever. But right now, the matter on the table is pretty simple. We're just repealing. We're not the adult use of marijuana that the city had previously, right? So I think some of these discussions maybe will come later.
You're muted. You got muted prematurely. I think she was done.
I mean, so, some of the discussion will come later that that is coming, that people are, I think we have a pretty full agenda still, and I would like to move on with this.
Sounds
so
good.
I would like for us to stay focused on what we're working on, which is the repeal, not, you know, something beyond that.
Okay, are there any other questions of clarification for staff? Amy, you've got your hand up and I didn't.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I do. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sherrod, what do you mean focus on the repeal?
We are only right now repealing the prior ordinance that prohibited marijuana use. That's all we're looking at tonight. We're not looking at the new stuff that's coming up. It's already been voted on. And yes, we may eventually, that something to do with that is probably going to come before us, but not tonight.
Yeah, and to be clear, to clarify, and I think Jennifer has it up there, we're one, repealing the old chapter 9.21, but we're also changing the use matrices as a result of the adoption of the new ordinance 9.25. So there's more than just repeal, but it's still rather procedural in nature. So let's see, Kevin, then Amy. And again, questions of clarification.
Real quick, just the recommended action calls for us to make a recommendation to City Council. So I think we can, if we needed to recommend additional actions on their part, we could do so easily.
Okay. Are there any other questions of clarification? If not, we'll move on to public comment. And Dina, I believe we have several.
All right. Share the keyboard here. All right, so our first speaker this evening is Tyler James.
Okay, Tyler.
Okay.
Can you hear us, Tyler?
What's that? It's showing that he's connecting to audio right now.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh, there you go.
Very good.
Good evening. My name is Tyler James, and I'm calling with concerns that I hope the city staff will pass along about what kind of safeguards will be put in place for marijuana manufacturing businesses, particularly with the extraction of hash oil. The staff report says the process will be non-volatile, but lacks further detail. Presumably, this will rule out the use of butane. But what about alcohol extraction? Even carbon dioxide extraction can be problematic. CO2 must be placed under pressure during the extraction process, and if not done properly, an explosion can occur. CO2 extraction can also contribute significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. I recently saw a report from Colorado State University, which found that the carbon footprint of the state's marijuana industry is 30% higher than it is from coal mining, and Colorado is a coal-producing state. At this time, when Encinitas is committing to reducing greenhouse gases in both the private and public sectors, how can we guard against this industry erasing the gains we're making on climate change? Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have Mark Wilcox.
There you go.
Okay. We good?
Yep, we're good.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Planning Commission, for your hard work in reviewing land use projects in Encinitas. I understand that the agenda item before you is to move the staff report regarding Measure H along to City Council. However, I am hopeful that the Planning Commission can make some recommendations to the staff and City Council. Based on today's meeting speakers, perhaps the staff can add a citizens' concerns and questions into their staff report to make it more robust before it goes to City Council. My particular concern is that there be some very clear language in the city's municipal code regarding conflict of interest for City Council members and staff and marijuana businesses applicants. Perhaps you were as surprised as I was by the KPBS story regarding the amount of money coming from marijuana businesses to elected officials, although I guess I shouldn't have been surprised by the pay-to-play practice. Although the KPBS article was regarding the county's proposed ordinance to put marijuana businesses in the unincorporated areas of the county, the KPBS article went on with this disturbing statement, quote, Supervisor Fletcher said one of the consultants who helped draft the county's marijuana policies was Dallin Young, a local cannabis advocate and lobbyist who was his field director of his mayoral run in 2013, end quote. I'm very concerned that our city doesn't find itself embroiled in this situation so that the voice of money from cannabis capitalists doesn't take precedence over the voice of the people. Thank you for addressing this critical aspect.
Thank you.
Next up is Judith Strain.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Judy Strang here, Executive Director of San Diego Alliance for Drug-Free Youth. The San Diego region takes in the schools stretching through La Costa down through Carmel Valley, which is where I live. We have had a lot of experience in Carmel Valley and Sorrento Valley, which is considered part of the San Diego Union High School District, with the city of San Diego. regarding marijuana businesses. So I'd like to share with you 3 recommendations from our experience over the last 15 years with the city of San Diego. I noticed on page 3 of the staff report that the city has hired a consultant, HDL. HDL is extremely well known to the public health community and the Marijuana Prevention Education Committee. And we have grave concerns about the city seeking information from them and hope that there'll be some counterbalance to the information that HDL will provide since they've been tasked with the application process. Number 2, I'd like to point out to you that, excuse me, that in section 7, it talks about the Measure H. It talks about the marijuana business registration process. And it mentions that the city can set reasonable registration fees. Of course, it doesn't define reasonable. And that such fees are supposed to recover the cost to the city. I hope that you understand how very expensive the application process is for staff, and make sure that the fees that you set are commensurate with the type of time your staff is going to have to spend. And I bet they tell you they spent way more time than they ever imagined up to this, up till today. And also make sure that it covers the cost to code enforcement, law enforcement, and that very nebulous societal cost. Because we know from data, once you bring marijuana businesses to town, you increase youth access and you increase youth use. And my 3rd item is a little bit more difficult to describe. Keeping in mind that with marijuana businesses, you get their advertising, their promotion, their flyers, their imprint on the back of receipts at the grocery store. Think about what the municipal code that you have in place does to protect against this predatory advertising. Because remember, this is a business that needs to attract new customers. And the best new customers that we know from the predatory businesses of alcohol and tobacco and now marijuana are young people. And we need to have an all-out battle to push back on that type of advertising. So I'm suggesting to you a really clear view of what's in place in the municipal code and make those changes that would be necessary to better protect our young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kelly McCormick.
Good evening, commissioners. This is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator and the parent of 2 who have attended kindergarten through high school in this district. Permitting marijuana businesses is going to be a complex process that requires transparency and public participation. I've seen this process play out in other cities where marijuana industry representatives have had an inside track on the planning process, while the opinions of residents were treated as an afterthought. When you send your recommendations to the City Council, I urge you to include a requirement for notifying the neighbors of proposed business sites, giving them an opportunity to respond in a public forum. The city also should make detailed zoning maps available to the public. And on behalf of children, teenagers, and their families, I ask that the distance from sensitive uses be no less than 1,000 feet, measured property line to property line. Even at that distance, kids will still see these businesses as they're walking, biking, or driving to school, normalizing it in their impressionable minds. Also, sensitive uses should include schools, as we've discussed, churches, parks, playgrounds, daycares, and youth-serving businesses and facilities. I hope you will take these concerns to the City Council. Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have Peggy Walker.
There we go. I just got unmuted. Thank you. Good evening, Council. I have 2 questions of clarification. The first is in regards to a maddening to me statement on page 5 of the staff report that says, in the future, the California Bureau of Cannabis Control will act as lead agency to determine if cannabis business applications are subject to CEQA. I'm somewhat confused by the statement of the earlier speaker, the lawyer and public comment, but does this mean that yet again, the state is taking away all local control over land use, or is this in the future statement a staff insert into the ordinance? I wish you could explain that about CEQA. My second question is in regards to Section 6, page 27, distribution sites. From the description in the staff report, a distribution site is likely to have at a minimum trucks in and out of the location transporting marijuana and marijuana products, and representatives of retailers, distributors, cultivators, manufacturers coming and going, and directors, officers, managers, employees, agents, and contractors could be present on the premises. Could the Planning Commission suggest to the City Council that a traffic analysis be conducted of these distribution site applications? It could be a significant number of daily trips, contributing to safety issues for surrounding businesses and residents. And could that information be posted on the city's website? Perhaps the recommendation should also include that application fees be high enough to include costs of those traffic analysis. Thank you. Those are my two questions.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Kathleen Lippett. It's possible she may be calling in. There's a number. We'll try that. Kathleen, is that you?
Yes, it is. Good evening. Good evening, planning commissioners. As a mother, grandmother, public health practitioner, and educator, I want to stress that with commercial marijuana coming to Encinitas, residents need unbiased information about the harms and risks that are associated with marijuana more than ever. The opportunity to mount a robust counter argument to the measure was unfortunately lost, but the staff report could be fleshed out with far more specifics. Most of what the public knows has come from the industry, sadly. They have no idea what a cannabis kitchen is, nor what it produces. So Section 5, page 25 could be provided. The staff could provide a lot more information about exactly what those products might look like and what their potency levels are. That would be helpful to parents. Potency matters because the risk of addiction increases as potency increases. And the industry has been hyper-focused on increasing potency for just that reason. European countries identify marijuana products with THC potency above 10% as a hard drug. We don't have any potency levels here, any potency maximums here, but we should. And the city could at least provide that information to help parents recognize the risks that their adolescents are being exposed to. Because the earlier that they are exposed to these products, the THC is not just associated with mental health problems, but causal. And the younger the age of the individual that is consuming or being exposed to these products, the greater the risk. Thank you very much. I hope that you will consider how important prevention and education messages are. And had the community had the opportunity and benefit of those messages, perhaps they would not have voted for this ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Barry Pedler.
Okay. You're muted right now, Barry.
I'm sorry.
There
Thank you very much. Chairman Ellers and commission members, thank you for your time. For 24 years, we've lived across the street from the Dram and Nectar greenhouse facility at 1150 Quail Gardens Drive without problems until the intensive hemp cannabis production started. And then I and neighbors have been suffering from serious effects debilitating respiratory issues, sinus inflammation, harsh coughing, eye irritation, plus skin rashes and skin irritation consistent with chlorine dioxide poisoning. Chlorine dioxide is an active ingredient on some of the chemicals used in the greenhouses. In the last 2 months along our street, there have been 3 X-ray diagnoses of what was thought to be cancerous tumors, but all 3 were re-diagnosed as ill-defined mass consistent with organ inflammation from pesticide fungicide exposure. Pesticide and fungicides attack body organs first. Dram and nectar use dozens of dangerous chemicals, including Procure, Orchestra, etc., etc. Significant levels of phenylphenol and diethylmethrin have been found in my neighbor's properties. They don't apply those chemicals. The neighbors don't apply those chemicals. They come from somewhere else. The hemp odor is extremely unpleasant at night, extremely unpleasant, but it can't kill you. However, the chemicals they've been using to reduce odor complaints can kill you. I understand the chemicals they're using are not approved for this crop or that usage. Other cities require multiple mile setbacks for cannabis production. Oceanside's recent approvals require a 1,000-foot setback from residential properties. Recent Encinitas ordinances have 0 setbacks. We see the greenhouse workers across the street from our house applying chemicals in full Tyvek hazmat suits with masks and respirators while I'm in a t-shirt. Our neighbors' kids are on skateboards and they're only 20 foot away. They're not wearing Tyvek suits. They don't have respirators. When Scott and Helly Tinkle's kids down the streets are in their backyard, they share a property line with those greenhouses. 0 setback. How has that been allowed? These greenhouses often have open sides. You can see the hemp from across the street. They're not enclosed as required. There must be some transparency on the chemicals used next to residential homes, and there must be mitigation to chemical drift from unmonitored, open-sided greenhouses. We've notified the city of medical issues we've been suffering. Neighbors have had to sleep in hotels to avoid chemical drift at night. Ambulance rides to the ER at night with conditions consistent with chemical poisoning. However, so far the departments of the city have done nothing. They've taken no action. Please shut this operation down immediately until you can prove safety for the residents in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Craig Walker.
Can you hear us, Craig? We're not hearing you if you're talking.
Looks like he's unmuted, but.
Yeah, it was muted and went unmuted, but.
Craig, you're unmuted in here.
Oh, we heard a voice that said, Craig, you're unmuted in here, so.
Sorry, I was in the wrong room.
That's okay. We all are getting used to.
I could hear it next door. I'm like, I got enthralled by the previous speakers, so I'm sorry. Good evening, Planning Commission. As an Encinitas citizen for 40 years, I have questions regarding the implementation of Measure H as described in the Municipal Code Amendment before you tonight. You know, how do I find out where these marijuana retail shops are going to be located? You know, are they going to be located in local strip malls? Are they going to be next to my gym that I just now got to be able to go back into? Where are these kitchens going to be? How will the distribution work? How will the odors that have been talked about tonight from cultivation sites be contained and mitigated? And most importantly, how will these municipal code provisions be enforced? That's huge. How are citizens supposed to know this measure is going to affect us? My ask for you tonight is to recommend to the City Council to please hold public workshops so we, the public, the parents, the business owners, the taxpayers, the local shoppers can have answers to these questions in a thorough and transparent, detailed manner. Because as it stands now, the staff report seems to have far more questions than answers. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Next is Nancy Logan.
You're muted, Nancy. We can't hear you if you're speaking.
Go. Good evening, planning commissioners. I just have a few details in the staff report I'd like to bring to your attention. On page 3, it states that Measure H was placed on the ballot through a petition by the Encinitas voters. I assure you, this petition that became Measure H was brought forward by an out-of-town association of marijuana storefront owners who are only profit motivated. Also on page 6, the report states, whereas the voters of the city of Encinitas desired the city exercise its police powers solely to provide for the zoning of retailers, cultivation, product manufacturing, and distribution in such a manner as to limit the impact on the city generally and residential neighborhoods. I think the use of the word desired is misleading there because of the very, very close vote. 39,039 Encinitas residents voted on Measure H. 49%, or very close to half of those voters, do not want marijuana businesses. The margin was a mere 885 votes. Also, the idea that by zoning marijuana businesses like retailers, cultivation, product manufacturing, and distribution will limit the impact on the city generally and residential neighborhoods, that's false. There's absolutely no data that supports that concept. And in fact, the data indicates just the opposite. For example, consider the city of San Diego, who had to set up a cannabis business division to deal with the impact of marijuana businesses with a budget of $1 million annually. And this is taxpayer money. And the cities of Vista and Oceanside, who had to increase the staff size of their planning accounting departments to accommodate the added work. So thank you very much. And Commissioner Flicker, if I can answer, you were talking about how close 1,000 feet is. I can tell you it's close to a school. It's closer than you would think. It's pretty sad. I mean, it's close enough where if a mom is dropping a child off, the child will see it and probably say, "Mommy, what's that?" And then the mom has to answer the questions. It's closer than we think. So I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have Becky Rapp.
Good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent of 3 teenagers, and I'm very concerned about the changes that will be coming to Encinitas with marijuana businesses. I thank staff for the time they have put into the staff report regarding marijuana and marijuana activities. Although, after looking through it, I do have a couple questions that I'd like to bring to your attention in hopes that you will bring them to the attention of the council. In the staff report, the ordinance specifies zoning districts where marijuana-related businesses are permitted, ensuring that adverse impacts and adjacent businesses are limited. It is required that all marijuana businesses register with the city and show compliance with regulations. My question is, who will be conducting compliance operations and how will these be performed? And will that information be made public? I really think an explanation of what city departments and staff will be responsible for regarding these new businesses would be useful to Encinitas citizens, especially parents. It's stated in the ordinance that there will be no public access on the premises of a distribution site, product manufacturing site, and cultivation site without prior notice and permission of the marijuana business. I raise this concern as this leaves an open door for the marijuana businesses to operate uninterrupted, unimpeded in such a way that would cause adverse effects to adjacent businesses, such as odor, lighting, and noise. Marijuana businesses should be treated like any other business, requiring them to perform surprise visits to ensure they're in compliance with city regulations. With this being said, I ask the question as to who would be performing these code enforcement operations, and how will the city pay for the expenses involved? I worry that staff does not consider the financial burden the city will carry as they move forward. Perhaps taking more time to analyze the expenses of these municipal code amendments of this magnitude would be wise and create a cost analysis for the Planning Commission and the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Katie Poponiak.
Can you
Hello?
hear us? Yep. Hi, we can hear you.
Hey, okay. Hello, I'm Katie Papaniak, Encinitas resident, 40 years. We've raised 3 kids here and are lucky to have 2 grandchildren in Encinitas schools. I appreciate your efforts as commissioners and sat in the room with Mr. Ellers and Doyle in the frustrating Measure T meetings. I've gotten up at 4 a.m. to count the homeless with Roy. I have questions about things in the ordinance that have not been addressed. Tonight, I will focus on a small slice that is already an issue in Encinitas. I request that you forward these questions on to the City Council. Section 8 states a business license for industrial hemp may be revoked for significant odor, noise, or legitimate loitering. I have to it's humorous, legitimate loitering. What's regular loitering versus legitimate? Who at the city will be in charge of confirming odor, and what methods will they use? What is the timeline for the city to respond to citizen complaints about odor or noise or loitering? Where is the form found to file a complaint regarding things like odor or noise or loitering? And how does the city plan to confirm non-compliance of these regulations? If the licensee is found non-compliant by the city, the ordinance states they shall have a reasonable opportunity and time to cure the complaint. Reasonable opportunity lacks, just needs to be more specific, and how much time before the license is penalized, revoked, or suspended. These are all pretty loosey-goosey. It appears that little has been done by our city to respond to the health issues of the residents next to Dram and Ector. And this is sad to me, a very strong point for ensuring that the city municipal code be specific and protect our community as much as possible. As this ordinance was not written by an Encinitas resident, and I don't think they were considering our health and our safety. Thank you for doing so.
Okay, thank you.
Next we have Barbara Gordon.
Thank you very much. Good evening, planning commissioners. I'm here tonight with questions and concerns regarding the staff's report. I noticed odor, like it has been brought up several times, has not been adequately addressed in the staff report, which is one of the most frequent complaints from marijuana cultivation, processing, manufacturing, and now the hemp sites. Again, people have talked about it. The staff report only refers to it a few times in the cultivation and hemp section of this ordinance, which states the odor has to be significant odor, which is very vague. I think residents shouldn't have to tolerate any odor or smell from the plants or the many chemicals that are coming from these businesses. People need to be protected. I really hope that you will recommend to the city that the municipal code language clearly needs to address these problems associated, odor, smell, and the other environmental issues. Quality of life that has been impacted cannot be underestimated or dismissed by the city. Please address these priorities as it negatively affects and recommend that the city strengthen the municipal code and enforcement regarding this. The marijuana industry is all about big money, and it does not have the best interest of the Encinitas residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Katie Pignatario.
Katie,
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Wonderful, thank you. Good evening again. Thank you for taking the time tonight to consider resident health and safety as you consider this ordinance. I'm here to talk about not repealing existing ordinances nor changing the matrices, and instead adding clear compliance and safety to the ordinances. At minimum, please recommend a 45-day emergency stop, something that many of you have heard me ask for before, back to November, as this is all considered as other cities and counties have. For your information, 1,000 feet is roughly 3 to 5 Encinitas single-family homes or a building, not even as long as City Hall. Now consider coastal winds. With all due respect, it is not 3 to 5 blocks. We have a current illness cluster in my Fox Point neighborhood, including me, my mother, our pets, and neighbors. I hope to have grace in my time today, Chair. The city has not protected our health and safety. They simply don't have the tools. The city has not spoken to neighbors, could not measure odor, nor toxins per 3040-010G code. Neither could the county. This has gone on since 2020. We learned from Bob Ector, landowner, and supported for decades by neighbors in this community, that the putrid odor was coming from cultivaris hemp on a portion of the farm, and no commissioners. The filters don't work, that no one has gotten to root cause. The mayor, they've spoken to the businesses though. The mayor and many members of the city and county have written that they have smelled these nuisance odors, but no one spoke to us about our illness. We have raspy throats, like I have now. We have been gasping for breath in the middle of the night, have developed skin conditions, burning eyes, lungs, and more, including lesions. In the last 6 days, I've now personally learned we have some sick people and pets diagnosed with ill-defined liver or lung masses, including my own. Something each physician said is unusual and needing to perform more tests. After my prior healthy dog's CAT scan with dye, she had diarrhea looking like a blood waterfall, all within 1,500 feet, all of us. 2 dogs have had urgent and emergency care appointments for illness. This in addition now to all of the people. We still have no answers. Whether hemp or pesticide drift or something else, we've had this since 2020 and it just gets worse. Please don't repeal, but add safety rules and regulations now or an emergency stop. Cali, PA has had to get involved in our city because the city and city recommended county departments could not handle this. Barry Pedler described all the ER, urgent care, and specialist visits. Our city only spoke to the businesses, not the residents. Why have we had to fend for ourselves while ill? I was told by the city and county we can't measure odor. This is not just the Fox Point neighborhood issue here. How about 441 Saxony, the lease tag property across from the YMCA playing fields, right by the Silverado Memory Care, per November 2020 county records by the same people having hemp licenses? What is being done with memory care patients that may complain about smells, dry skin, or lesions? The ordinance is vague to a point of affecting health and safety. We are proof. When asked what the city followed for this illness cluster, I was told simply the industrial hemp cultivation should not be permitted in residential neighborhoods.
So
I'm sorry, I can't go on.
Okay, you're at 4 minutes, 4 minutes anyway, so.
And if I can close.
Yep.
In closing, I would like to say that we, the residents of Fox Point, would like nothing more than to go to sleep at night free from worrying about our health and safety and the friends of loved ones. I ask you to take this request seriously. and to do everything in your power to fix the situation of compliance, monitoring health and safety. The problem is now and will continue unless fixed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yeah, you have a question for the
No, I just
speaker?
wanted to respond to that. That is heartfelt. And just as a mom to a mom, that's heartfelt.
And I think you've gotten forwarded quite a few emails from Katie and associates. So hopefully everybody's had a chance to read the threads and have a better idea of some of the enforcement going on. Okay, next.
Our final speaker is Jamie Hall.
And Jamie's the one that spoke earlier.
Correct.
Good evening, Jamie Hall here. I just want to first, again, just introduce myself. My name is Jamie Hall. I am a land use and environmental attorney with Channel Law Group in Los Angeles. We successfully prosecuted the CEQA case against the city of San Diego, which resulted in a ruling from the California Supreme Court that their medical marijuana ordinance, which authorized a new land use, was a project under CEQA, and their findings otherwise were invalid. So that was a really important case. And I first just want to start off with Measure H. Just look at, why are we even talking about CEQA here? Section 16 of Measure H says, the city shall determine whether land uses outlined in this ordinance are subject to review under CEQA, or whether they wish to grant categorical exemptions. The city shall use the same criteria for CEQA exemption and review as is applied to other land uses and land use projects. So Measure H itself says that you shall determine whether or not the project, i.e. this zoning ordinance, and tonight you're considering repealing part of your ordinance, your existing municipal code and amending it, but it says that you shall consider whether or not that activity is subject to CEQA or whether or not you should grant categorical exemptions, and that you should be using the same criteria that you apply to other land uses and other land use projects. It says nothing about statutory exemptions, and yet, in your staff report, staff is recommending that you deem this activity not a project. And also, even if it was a project, that there are 4 categorical exemptions that you could use. And even if the categorical exemptions don't use, there's a statutory exemption that applies. Let's first talk about the statutory exemption. That's Public Professions Code 26055H. It says, without limiting any other statutory exemption or categorical exemption, Division 13 of the Public Resources Code does not apply to the adoption of an ordinance, rule, or regulation by a local jurisdiction that requires discretionary review and approval of permits, licenses, or other authorizations to engage in commercial cannabis activity. To qualify for this exemption, the discretionary review in any such law, ordinance, rule, or regulation shall include any applicable environmental review pursuant to Division 13. Okay, so let me break that down for a second. What that means, just look at Measure H. Does it require a discretionary review for those business licenses? No, it doesn't at all. Those are ministerial actions. Therefore, this statutory exemption simply does not apply. So you just throw that one out the window. This project is not statutorily exempt. It's also a project for certain from someone who lived and breathed this all the way up to the California Supreme Court. A zoning ordinance that authorizes a new land use, specifically marijuana-related activity, is a project under CEQA. And literally, this was a unanimous decision from the California Supreme Court. And then the 4 categorical exemptions that staff has proposed, all of them, honestly, this project does not fit within the category, within the limits. It's not a Class 1 project. It's not a Class 3 project. It's not a class 32 project, and it's not subject to the common sense exemption. So the city is open to extreme liability. You do not have to do this. And in fact, you cannot do what staff is telling you to do unless you comply with CEQA. And
Okay.
if you do,
Jim,
you're going to be in a
you're 4
problem.
minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
So yeah, and you've had 2 bites at the apple too. So I think we got the message. We will certainly be discussing. Thank you. Okay. So does staff wish to respond to any of the comments made by the public? And I mean, you can dive in now or
Evan. But staff is available to answer any questions or further clarifications by the commission.
okay. So I will now close public comment and we'll move on. Oh, yeah, we already did this for it. And we'll move on to commission deliberation. Of course, we can ask questions of clarification. So any deliberation that you want to go into? I'll ask the question about the city of San Diego versus Barry, have you considered that in the CEQA decision here, the recommendation?
Yes. In fact, we did consult our CEQA expert. The staff report, it reflects the conclusions based on those analysis. What I will say about the case that is referred to, he is correct. However, in this case, we're dealing with a ballot measure that was passed by a vote by the majority. That is not subject to CEQA. As a result, what you're doing tonight is you're implementing that, and therefore CEQA does not apply, which is spelled out in the report. So the environmental considerations that's set forth in the staff report have been reviewed and analyzed by our CEQA counsel, and we stand by what's in the report.
So that's referring to the ordinance being being exempt from CEQA. What about the projects under the ordinance? So in the future, when we have future projects come in?
Yes, and that's dealt with. I think he was referring to the Business and Professions Code that there will be a determination during that permitting process whether there is a CEQA application. Okay. And I think someone made mention about the state being the lead agency, and that may be correct.
And the state being what was it? There was a particular. It's in
the California Bureau of Cannabis Control, BCC.
Exactly. Okay, so the city would not be the lead agency, and could you go as far as to say they won't be and can't be the lead agency?
Correct.
Okay.
For the permitting process, yes.
So the big difference here is that this was passed by initiative, which, yeah. Okay. Any comments, questions, deliberation? What does everybody think? Where do we go?
I'll pipe up a little bit because I've had some thoughts on this.
Yeah.
A couple of things I gathered because I agree. Steve mentioned earlier, this is we don't change this ordinance whatsoever. We repeal the ordinances that make this one possible, and I support that. We also, though, are to send recommendations to council, and there are things around the edges that need to be looked at. Public outreach was the one that really jumped out at me. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot that's going to affect people, and most people don't know. There's a lot of misinformation. I look, the city's very effective. I'm watching what they're doing with the streetscape plan and the El Portal. It's nearby me, so I hear a lot about it. But the public outreach is top notch. And here's something that's probably more impactful to everyone in the city. And so I would like us to send a recommendation to council that they implement a pretty vigorous public outreach effort to make the public aware of just what's happening, just what is to be expected and what is not to be expected. Concerning the distribution of the traffic, I didn't really find that credible, unfortunately. I do think that perhaps putting in a notification requirement for nearby neighbors within the 500 or 1,000 feet might be something good to implement. I mean, this doesn't need to be part of this ordinance. Somebody asked about code enforcement. I was going to ask about, I assume code enforcement would take care of code enforcement. As a recommendation, I would very much like to send to council is we have no odor management ordinance. We have no control over it. It's the Wild West. We've got a tiny little definition that doesn't really doesn't go into any details. And there are devices that can detect how much of a specific odor are coming out there. And there are devices that we, under that ordinance, could demand that any grower should put on, whether they're growing marijuana or some other noxious plant. Those are the recommendations I would like to send along with this ordinance to council.
Susan?
Well, somewhere within this information that we got, I read there'll be 3 public meetings. Is that correct? That the city council, the city will sponsor for public input. There are going to be 3 meetings they're going to have. Is that right? Did I read that within this information that we got from staff? And then I have a couple of comments to make. State prohibit the proximity to schools already to 600 feet, any type of school. However, if Encinitas wants to have a further distance, they're within their rights. If they would like to increase that distance for any reason, they could. And a third thing I want to mention is that Palm Springs in 2019 enacted something called a zero odor tolerance policy. And they did it because of cannabis odor. And so we could enact that, and it would be a really simple thing to do because it's not as if you go out with like a light meter measures light, a decibel meter measures sound, but odor meters, I guess you could measure VOCs or something, but still having a zero tolerance policy like Palm Springs might be a recommendation we may want to make.
Okay. I'll hop in if nobody else is ready to go. I think at first I have questions about enforcement as far as the complaint procedure. And this is going back to some of the comments from people and also from just this example project or problem that's been occurring. When people have a problem, and I'm going to break it down into pesticides, odors, overwhelming odors, and I don't know if there are others too, but with odors, where are they supposed to go? Are they supposed to go to code enforcement? Is code enforcement the applicable first step? Questions for Evan, Jennifer, or Roy?
Yes, that is the first step, is to fill out a complaint form that is available online, and that initiates the investigation by the code enforcement officers and coordinate with county and state agencies if they don't have the capacity and or the expertise to address the concern.
So when you say coordinate, what does that mean? Do they hand off the complaint and then the county or state appropriate agency would then take on their own investigation? And how does that then flow back to code enforcement or the city or ultimately to the complainer?
Yeah, so when we receive a complaint, we coordinate with the county agricultural, I forget the name of the organization or the department, but we do coordinate with county and to determine whether or not they have jurisdiction to enforce. And if they do, then they would take over the investigation and the enforcement.
Okay, so I think it's agricultural weights and measures in particular. And then like in that one example, it's going off to Cal EPA as another statewide. So I'm trying to understand how enforcement will work of this, and just so, because it'll help in making my recommendations. Ultimately, code enforcement can only enforce our codes, right? They won't enforce odor limits because we don't have that. They won't enforce pesticides. That would have to go to a state, I think a state department to enforce. You know, I don't know what other types of complaints might come, but am I understanding that kind of one point of contact, but then it goes out and becomes a, it may even turn into multiple issues with multiple different county, state departments, and the city doesn't really own the problem at that point? Is that true?
I wouldn't describe it as the city doesn't own the problem. I think the city would still follow through as we receive the complaint, but we will coordinate and or facilitate the enforcement or the response in the investigation of the complaint.
Okay, and that includes reporting back to the original complainer?
That's correct.
Okay. That helps me understand some of the framework here, because I think we're getting into, I fundamentally agree with, I think we do need, one of the recommendations I would support is some sort of odor management ordinance, because the odor in all likelihood is an indicator of something potentially more impactful, nefarious, dangerous. And so having a good, especially given what you just described as the first point, having an odor ordinance gives the complaining party the first step. Hey, this doesn't smell right. Whether it's zero tolerance or not, I don't know. But my recommendation is that we should, in addition to doing what we have to do tonight, is recommend to the council a odor ordinance. So let's see. I don't know who had the hand up. I'll go Steve, then Susan.
I don't like anything about the ordinance, but I also feel like because it was voted on by the public, that train has left the station. I would support or agree with Kevin's earlier point and your point just now, Bruce. If we could pass the resolution as it needs to be to repeal the ordinances in question, but add a recommendation that a public outreach or a public education program be put in place that outlines procedures for code enforcement and consequences for pesticide drift. I think those are significant issues. I'd like to see that maybe come back from staff so that we don't sit here trying to craft the language of a future ordinance, but leave it as a recommendation that we'd like to see some further education on this.
Susan?
Yeah, apparently I researched a little, and apparently the odor travels 1,500 yards, typically from cultivation fields where they're processing it. And the odor is most intense when it's being processed. So perhaps also the city might consider looking for exemplary standards for odor control, such as high efficiency particulate air filtering, and that includes scrubbers. And it's kind of like carbon-based filters, such as are used for filtering VOCs. So the city might want to look into what would be appropriate, because apparently the odor problem happens when companies cut corners and they don't install, this kind of filtration system, because of course it's going to cost money to install it. But anyway, those were some of the things that I looked up that I saw that we might want to recommend. We may want to recommend keeping them at 1,500 for cultivation, 1,500 yards from residential areas, and having some guidelines for the companies with regard to the air filtration and scrubbers,
So question for staff I would have based on that, can we change the distance that operations are precluded from residences? I thought that was precluded by the proposition.
No, no changes would be allowed.
Yeah.
The measure stipulates that after 3 years after the measure has been in place, that the council could make changes, but any other changes would have to go back to a vote of the people.
Okay, so the council could, if a majority of the council got convinced of this, they could place an initiative on a future ballot that could then get voted on to modify it or wait for the 3-year timeout.
They would have to wait the 3 years, right, or put it to a vote of the people.
Right, exactly. There's a shorter term, there's a faster way, but it would require an initiative, either citizens gathering initiatives like we did on Prop A, or the council can enact or place something on the ballot themselves, a majority of the council. So,
if I may, Chair.
Yeah.
I just want to clear something up. The 3-year window where after which changes can be made. The changes that can be made are only to make it more lenient. We can't tighten it up after the fact. We can allow more dispensaries, we can make changes, but we cannot restrict it. That would be a vote of the people only. So I just don't want anyone to think that we wait 3 years and then we can roll back a lot of these restrictions here, because we can't. And you can correct me if I'm wrong there, Evan, but I'm pretty certain I'm not.
Yeah. I don't know if Steve, and I don't know if Evan's reading or checking that. Evan, you can hop in there if you wanted to comment on Kevin's comment.
I don't have a question, sorry.
Oh, okay.
No comment for me at this time.
Okay.
It does specifically talk to the relaxing of the zoning or regulatory burdens on the city and or the cannabis businesses, but it also talks about the measure has created any other unnecessary or unanticipated burden to the city or the cannabis businesses. But it's still something that would be under consideration as far as the distance. And, what we've stated earlier in the staff presentation in regards to recommendations is some of these clarifications may be possible under policies that are being created through the application process, et cetera, and that we would be asking our city attorney for input as to what could be an implementation policy versus would require an ordinance change.
Okay, let's see, Susan, and then Steve, you after that. Susan?
So I'm confused. I thought that California law is 600 feet for being, like away from a school, but does California law say anything about distance to residential zones, or no, nothing about that? It only restricts where it's located compared to schools, or does anyone know?
It cannot be on the same site, but it doesn't regulate the distance. So the provisions in this measure actually have the 1,000 foot for retail businesses, but that is the distance requirement. The 600 feet is the state law. So that was the clarification.
Okay.
And then for the other uses, was it no distance? In other words, cultivation, kitchens, distribution, manufacturing?
Correct. There's no distance specified.
Okay. Steve, you got your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I feel like we're facing with a very uncomfortable vote, but I feel like we have a very narrow lane here, and that really a very narrowly defined task ahead of us is to repeal an ordinance as basically required by a proposition that was voted on by the citizens of Encinitas. So I would support. I would hope that maybe I suggest in the interest of our agenda here tonight is that we move forward with some sort of motion. We add some sort of public outreach or education recommendation to the city council, but that deals with pesticide, drift, code enforcement, and odors, and how to complain or how to address that if you're affected by any of these things.
Yeah. Could I add one thing to the public outreach? And that I call them Swiss cheese maps that would show what's left of the city that's not within 1,000 feet. This is for the retail. And it would probably have to have it for each one of the different uses. And on the manufacturer, it's going to be based on the zoning only. But in the case of the retail, it's going to be radius from all these, and do we have that analysis, and can we show the public, and quite frankly, I'd like to see it someday too, what that Swiss cheese pattern looks like and how much of the city retail area is open to the retail. So, but I think that's part of the public outreach.
Sure. I feel like, one of the earlier speakers kind of talked about balancing the information that's being presented to the public. And I think there's maybe where we have an opportunity to put some information out about this, but we don't really have the opportunity to fine tune the ordinance itself or to change any aspects of the ordinance. So I would support that as well, Bruce.
Okay. And then I think we already talked about an odor ordinance or odor management ordinance. I think Kevin talked about that. I hadn't heard from, I'm seeing Susan nod, and I hadn't heard from Amy. I just want to make sure you guys weigh in on any recommendations.
Yeah, I was just going to say, thank you, Chair. I think that the public is actually looking for us to make some sort of a decision. So I don't want to keep punting this down the field if we can help it.
Okay, but so when you say a decision, we wouldn't certainly be drafting any sort of ordinance tonight, of course. Staff has to do that, but what we're doing is making recommendations to the council, and along with the recommendation of, if we choose to repeal the existing and adopt everything that was mandated in Measure H.
I think that, yes, and I think, Chair, that would be some really good things to get off the docket, if you will, in order to move forward.
Yeah, oh yeah, I think we're really close here. I just want to make sure you had your bite at the apple for public outreach and odor management. And I assume since you're not objecting, you're all for it too. So making that recommendation. So is there other discussion, or should we make a motion?
I think Kevin wants to make a motion.
You gonna do it, Steve?
No, I said I think Kevin wants to make a motion.
I think I'm ready to make a motion, man. Yes, okay. Yes, indeed. I'm gonna make a motion that we adopt this new resolution, 2021- number unspecified, and we recommend the City Council adopt this draft ordinance, repeal our municipal code 9.21, and amend Title 30 zoning of the Encinitas Municipal Code, the Downtown Encinitas Specific Plan, the North 101 Corridor Specific Plan, Encinitas Ranch, Cardiff by the Sea Specific Plans, and the Local Coastal Program. I would also like to add to this motion that we make 3 recommendations to council. The first is that we put great effort towards our public outreach efforts. We would also like to include a map showing just where in Encinitas can these marijuana businesses go. I think Bruce referred to it as the Swiss cheese map. Part of that also, we would like to know what's happening. That should also look into the code enforcement aspects and brief people on what they're supposed to do. Most important, it would be the odor management ordinance, which we desperately need. Every municipality that's started dealing with commercial agricultural growing of marijuana has run into this issue, and I don't want us to get bitten by it. So it will require staff time. It will require some research. There are electronic noses. It's I'll share my research with staff if they're interested. But is there anything I missed amongst those recommendations?
Yeah, the only thing I would ask is that the motion be to adopt the resolution in the staff report with the additions of those 2 or 3 recommendations.
Yeah, I shouldn't have read the whole thing. I do move that we adopt the resolution as in the staff report with these. Should I break them up individually? Odor management ordinance as a recommendation. Public outreach with a sub note of the Swiss cheese map.
Yep.
And code enforcement. Is there any way we'd like to tweak the language on that? Anybody?
The only thing I would say is code enforcement education, but
as part of the public outreach, I would think.
Yeah.
Right. Procedures for filing complaints regarding pesticide drift, odor, or other code enforcement issues.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
And when you say procedures, you're talking about public education outreach on procedures.
Right. So someone being affected by this, maybe there's a flyer that the city puts out or a bulletin or something that would say, if you're being affected by these things, call this number, fill out this form that's online, directing people where to go when they have an issue.
Did I hear a second in there? Was that Susan?
That was Susan.
Yeah, second it so that if there is more discussion, we could do it.
Let's vote.
Sounds good. Any other discussion? If not, we'll call the question.
Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrill,
Susan,
Aye.
okay. There
seconded,
we go.
so I think we're good there. And Commissioner Flicker.
Nay.
Okay, so the vote passes 4-1.
Did you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you. The vote passes 4-1 with Flicker as a nay.
I don't think I officially voted there, but I do vote aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kind of breaking up there for a bit. Okay, I got you. Thank you.
It'll be so nice when we're back in the room together. Okay, so moving on, I think we'll probably plan on taking a break. Should we do it now or right at 10 o'clock? Susan, what do you think? Now or at 10?
Keep
we only
going.
got 7 minutes.
If we're done with this, we
Did
should
anyone,
totally take a break between items. Are we going to extend?
Oh, good point. Oh, yeah.
we have not extended, right?
Yeah, so that's the first thing. I need a motion to extend. And
Could I ask first how many public speakers are waiting for item 8C and 8D?
There are 2 for 8C and 1 for 8D.
that'll be quicker. Can I have a motion to extend?
I so move.
To what time?
Yeah, sorry.
I would, 11 o'clock?
Until 11, yes.
Okay. So I have a motion and I'll second it. Call the question.
Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrill,
No.
Commissioner Flicker,
Aye.
and Commissioner Dalton.
Aye.
So the vote passes to extend to 11 p.m. 4-1 with Commissioner Sherrod nay.
Okay. Would it help to, and I'll go back to the questions. I would recommend we do like a 7-minute, 8-minute break right now.
Quick bathroom break.
Yeah, and would let people take care of stuff at 10 o'clock. So, okay, so we will be back at about, I'll say 3 minutes after 10 o'clock.
Sure.
Mics are live too.
My timer for 10:03, please.
Well, 10:03.
Okay, let's start. We got two of us.
Yeah, we don't quite have a quorum yet. We're only about 20, a little under 20 minutes off my pace.
Okay.
So yeah, we actually have been, I'm going to do this from now on. Every time I'm going to ask Roy to work with me, and I'll put together like an estimate, a guesstimate of what I think it's going to take, at least so we have a framework.
I think it's smart, a good idea.
I mean, you certainly run work like that when we're doing large meetings. We usually have a time-based agenda.
Mm-hmm.
I do the same when I run a meeting, Bruce.
Yeah.
Just nice to know when you're going over and being able to see it in advance.
Yep. So let's see.
Let's finish an agenda for once. We haven't finished one in a couple of meetings.
Hopefully having the extra meeting in June will help. So we'll get.
Is there any triage we could do at this point? I'm this single family residence that's been sitting all evening. Is there any way we could do that one quickly?
I'd be willing to do that, but procedurally, are we allowed to change the agenda at this late hour?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you have the discretion to do that.
What's the pleasure of the commissioners?
I'd be open to seeing the Malloy case.
Okay, and trying to get it all done in less than 20 minutes?
Yes, very quickly.
Yeah, I'm good with that. If I have no objections, we'll get Susan back here in 1 minute, and we will make one minor change here. Sorry to those people that want to, or is it one person or two people? Two people speaking on parking. Hopefully they'll stay with us. Susan, if you can hear us, we're considering just cranking out the Malloy residence 8D first. And it sounds like everyone else is okay with it. If you don't have any objection, I'm just going to get going.
Is parking supposed to be next?
Parking is supposed to be next, and then we're going to come right back to it. But we think Malloy.
Well, I think parking's going to be pretty quick, so maybe we should just do that first.
I think I'm with Steve. I think it's going to be longer than Malloy, and what I don't want to do is push Malloy off the edge. Yeah. If parking turns out to be more complicated than we anticipate. So if there are no objections, I'll go forward with 8D first and then 8C.
I object. I'd rather do the parking first.
Any rest of the commission?
I think Malloy is pretty straightforward, and I think we are people.
What is the variance about?
It's a variance that's been used many other times. Very similar, so it should be pretty straightforward. I have two goals. One, I have a couple of questions of clarification for me, and then I wanted to make sure commissioners that had not gone through a variance discussion understand the threshold of meeting a variance. And so it's good first example, I think. And it's a good, I'll call it approvable one.
Whatever will get us finished more quickly would be best for me.
I think that's all our goal. So I'm going to continue with at chair's discretion, item 8D, the Malloy residence, case number multi 04195-2020. And this is a public hearing to request a variance, a lot line adjustment, and coastal development permit to allow for the demolition of an existing residence to construct a new residence with pedestrian access bridge in the front yard setback and consolidate the underlying lots via lot line adjustment. The project is located at 2442 Oxford Avenue in Cardiff by the Sea. Are there any disclosures? So we began with a staff report by Associate Planner Todd Moreau.
You gotta share screen first.
Okay.
You got it?
Got it.
1 second. All right.
Do share.
Share screen. Okay, is that the one? Yeah.
the picture. All right, can we all see it?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is the Mole residence at 2442 Oxford Avenue. The applicant's proposing to demolish an existing single-family residence and to construct a new single-family residence with a pedestrian bridge that basically connects directly to the front yard setback off the property line there on Oxford Avenue. And the variance is basically being required because it's above a 30-inch structure in the front yard setback. The bridge itself will be approximately 10 feet to the bottom of the landing and four feet above that to the top of the handrail. They're also doing a boundary adjustment to consolidate the two underlying lots. How about advance this guy?
Oh, you need a keyboard. Right arrow.
And this is the site location here. You can see highlighted there in red, that's Oxford Avenue. So it directly fronts on Oxford, and then it has alley access there behind it. You can see Montgomery further west. This property is zoned R11. It's highlighted here. Pretty much the whole surrounding is R11. Kind of the north, you got single family homes, and then to the south is a duplex. Then across to the east there's kind of a multitude of single family homes, duplexes, as well as twin homes. And then sharing the alley there off to the west is single family homes, as well as another duplex. And this just kind of shows the property itself in the existing condition. That's actually the rear there, and that's shown on the left-hand side. This is the side. It's fairly narrow down the property line. And then the front is here on the right-hand side. And it's hard to see the actual house. It's behind an actual tree. So you kind of can only really see the angle of the existing building there. It's the yellow building. And then this is the rear on the left-hand side. This is the concept.
To do what?
The green square. Why it's on it? You don't know?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Well, we have it in the report. It's okay.
Okay, sorry.
We have all these pictures.
So basically, yeah, this is the concept of the building itself. So there is the variance as indicated. The front yard setback is 20 feet. So basically they're spanning the entire front setback. As you can kind of see in the bottom right corner, you can see the bridge concept coming across basically from street level all the way across to the second level. And that's the bridge variance itself. It also requires a coastal development permit to basically develop and demo the home and then develop the actual new home, as well as the temporary construction trailer. And so the building itself will end up being 2,988 square feet. There's a 582 square foot accessory dwelling unit in the basement garage level. And then there'll be a 440 square foot two-car garage. And then as indicated before, there's a boundary adjustment to consolidate two lots. This is the grading plan, essentially showing the concept. You can kind of see Oxford sits higher. There's kind of a significant gap there. It's approximately 10 feet higher than the grade of the existing pad today. Kind of go through that. And so you can kind of see the retaining walls that support the structural bridge, the street improvements along Oxford Avenue. And then at the rear of the alley, there'll be pervious pavers to access the garage and that back area, as well as BMPs. You can see the water basically drains down the side into those two overflow pits. This is the existing condition, so this is what's being demoed. Most of this house is basically non-conforming. It kind of sits pretty close to the property line today. And then this is the proposed garage level as indicated. So that north piece there is the accessory dwelling unit. And then there's a staircase, as you can see in the middle, that comes from the garage level up to the first floor. This is the first floor. So the garage comes up, the stairs come up into the first floor. And then essentially there is the living area, and then there's a deck area above the ADU. And then this is the second level. So you can see where the bridge on the right-hand side spans from the road into basically the front door of the entry as they've created it. And then the kitchen, living areas up there, as well as the den. And then you can kind of see it from a roof plan perspective as well. This is the elevation. So basically you can kind of see the grade is over 10%. So they are skewing the grade from the crown. And so showing how they're following the proper contour and grade on both the elevations here. The south is probably key. You can see the actual bridge element. So as we're kind of measuring it, you can see how significant the grade difference, kind of the hardship that that's creating there from Oxford down to the building. So the bridge is basically spanning that whole 20-foot setback distance as proposed. And then this is just looking at it from the north side. You can see the bridge again. It's not as high looking at that elevation. The west elevation, you can kind of see where the accessory dwelling unit is on the left side where the staircase is to get up to the proposed deck above it. And once again, that's kind of the concept there.
I think we've all read the staff report, so you can skip cut to the chase.
Okay, well, yeah, we had attached additional variances. So just to show comparables that this has been done, this is something that we do see in Cardiff when this condition occurs. This one's on Montgomery. So you can see on the south elevation there's a similar bridge with a similar distance and height.
Yeah.
There's from a plan view. And then this is a twin home concept, same type of thing. I think this one's also on Montgomery, and it's hard to make out there, but you can see there's two different bridges here to span that distance to get you to street level. So staff is recommending approval, and we're available for questions.
Okay, any questions of clarification? I had a couple if nobody does. First one is, when is a bridge a structure and when is it a deck? How do you describe, how does the code differentiate between the two?
I don't know that. I mean, they're structures. So I mean, I guess, how are you defining it? We're just saying you could call it a deck. It functions as a bridge, right? Just by passage, right? It's going from one side to the next. But essentially it is a raised deck feature above 30 inches. So that's essentially what it is.
I mean, if they built a 1 foot tall stepping structure, you know, a landscaping structure up the hill, but within a foot of the dirt, that wouldn't require a variance. Why does, when I raise it 10 feet up, is there something, what is it in the code? I'm just trying to understand.
Above 30 inches. So the structures above 30 inches require a setback potentially. And then there's certain limitations like pilasters and fences and at-grade steps that don't trigger that. This is clearly a structure. It could be, you could call it a bridge, you could call it a deck, but it is above 30 inches and therefore it requires a variance.
That's what I was asking. So perfect. And then the second question is an alternative. I think it was in one of the previous approvals, was to fill in the land there, or in one way extend the basement is another way, because I think the basement can go into the setback, correct? And so if it was all that's yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think in that previous example, it said that was more impactful, and I agree with that. So
Could I clarify that?
yeah, please.
Actually, a basement cannot be within the setback. The basement has to comply with the setback. The only structures that could encroach into the setback is if the structure is completely below ground.
Yeah.
Otherwise, anything above ground is subject to our setback requirements.
Yeah. So if you had an extension, it could go all the way to the property line underground, and you could put a dirt cover on top of it, correct?
So you can't fill it. So the underground meaning that it has to be below existing ground today.
So they couldn't fill in, because I think in one of those reports it said an alternate was to fill in the between the basement wall or the bottom wall and fill it in. This is not on this project, but on an old project that was approved, but that was more impactful. So you're saying that they actually can't do that either?
I mean, they can, but it still would require a additional permitting.
But not a variance.
Potentially not a variance, because it could be just an add grade. Once they fill, then it'd just be potentially an add grade walk or path that perhaps may not trigger a building permit, but there are other requirements that would be triggered, including the grading in and of itself could potentially trigger a variance.
Okay. And then last question is on page 253 of the report, and it's the slope analysis. It looks like it goes from property line to property line. Did I read that correctly? It's not at the setback envelope, it's actually at the property line.
So for the slope analysis, it is from property line to property line.
Yeah.
But for average lot slope calculations, that's the setback. That's only within the building envelope.
Yeah.
So it depends on the document that you're referring to. If it's strictly just a slope analysis, the slope analysis is looking at the entire parcel. However, for purposes of determining the average lot slope, that's a separate calculation.
So, but the average lot slope is used to determine that you stay below 12 to 16 feet above the upper crown, right?
Correct.
So is that this calculation on page 253, or is it a different calculation?
Let me see if I can pull that up.
Because I think that's the only place that this comes into play.
Todd, do you know what that?
I was looking at, I thought you said 55, I'm looking at 53.
And I'm just asking because I've got a further question about that, about the fact that we're encroaching into the setback. Does that reset the envelope like we did on the Moonlight project?
I believe this one is only for structure. It's not the building envelope, right? This is just a sort of an architectural feature that is extended into the setback beyond the 4-foot setback requirement.
Right.
It's not the building envelope for the primary, the floor area.
I know. We had a different interpretation before on that Moonlight project, remember, with the extended rear yard setback?
Yeah, that one was
encroachment. Yeah, so
right.
I can take this offline. I think it doesn't affect this, but I'm worried that I don't want to set a precedent with this one that's different than the other one. So I can take it offline with you guys. I just want to make sure, because I think I'm reading it correctly. We should have had one calculation showing the building envelope average slope in order to set the building height. limit to the crown of Oxford.
Yeah. Right. For this particular case, that the building envelope still remains the same, and that is still the same building setbacks, the 20 and the 5, and the variance is only for the bridge.
The bridge, yeah.
So it's not reestablishing setbacks where the floor area of the building would be allowed to encroach into those setbacks. So it's not reestablishing those setbacks.
Same argument applied in the other one, but okay.
The other one was the garage.
Those are my, well, okay, those are my questions. So anybody else have questions? If not, public hearing, we'll open the public hearing.
Okay, our one speaker is Susan Shine. She's not there. Susan Shine is not there.
Did we go too long? Okay, if we don't have.
She spoke earlier at oral communication, so she was originally on, so looks like she just hopped off.
And in fact, she talked about this one, right?
And she did mention that she might not make it to the end.
That's true.
Okay. Well, she actually, okay, she talked about something else. She talked about the bike lane. So, well, then we will move on to close the public comments and move on to commission deliberation. Anybody want to start? I'll hop in only because I've done others of these besides what was even described in the staff report. This is almost, I wouldn't say common, but it is a similar disadvantage, topographical disadvantage to the lot that has been exercised, at least in my experience before, and I'm okay with a variance here. In fact, I would go a step further in the future, Roy. We might consider either in code cleanup or in a new initiative for the commission, could we codify this and actually make it part of the zoning code so it doesn't have to be a variance in the future? Right? So,
we can look into that. I think it'll be a little tricky, considering it's unique in this circumstance that it's not common throughout the city. So it's how do we thread the needle to only allow it for these types of unique situation circumstances. But that's something that we can consider and look into.
And it would bring, rather than using the variance, it'd be nice to get it within code. Let's see, I didn't catch who got first, so I'm gonna go Steve, Susan, Amy.
Okay, excuse me, sorry. I find the physical features of the lot are unique to this site and the bridge is an appropriate solution. I also see no negative impact to the public right-of-way visually or safety-wise as the public utilizes Oxford or the street. So I have no problem supporting this variance.
Susan?
Yeah, it looks like the current residence, he has like a series of steps to get down into the dwelling. Is that correct? The way the existing is. So it's a steeply sloped site, correct?
Very, yeah.
And his options or the owner's options are limited, right? In terms of how they can have access and develop. But I do want to know what is the slope of like the average slope? Have that? My screen is loading very, very slowly for these drawings from the city. It's trying to transfer the data, but it's really slow. I can't see the slope. I'm wondering what the slope is.
And that was the discussion about page 253 of the staff report. The property line to property line, 3-line average is 11%. And that was the thing I brought up earlier.
11% slope.
Yeah. But
so it's developable.
Yeah. I think the other thing, and then we'll go to Amy. The other thing to note is that the stairway down today actually extends out over, I think it's over the property line, correct? And so that's being remedied, and that step is basically getting filled in on the upper half and has to be rebuilt and replaced somewhere, somehow to provide access. So
Amy? The how large is the existing residence that's being demolished? How many square feet are being demolished?
Is that in the report?
I can't load it. It's so slow on my screen.
I see Andrew Crocker here. Perhaps I think.
What does it matter?
Huh?
I mean, what does it matter?
Yeah. Well,
I'm curious because it looks to me like it's a very small home, probably 1,000 square feet or something at most.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right? And they're replacing it with about 4,000 square feet, including the garage. And it looks like to me that there will be a lot of hardcover replacing the green on that lot. But staff is okay with that, right? They have determined that it meets the requirement for green space, open space, and the landscaping is adequate.
Yeah, the report details the lot coverage is within code and all. I don't recall the coverage. So can I go to, I don't know if Todd, if you find the answer to the size, step in, but Amy, do you want to comment?
I do. And the only thing I want to comment, and it'll be very quick, is precedence. And I just want to understand what this quote unquote pedestrian bridge is and how we are defining that as a city. Because Chair, I thought you brought up a really good point earlier. Like, what's the difference between that and a deck? So that's just it. That's it.
I know. Staff, you want to respond to that question?
Okay, can you hear me now? Sorry about that. The existing home is 1,159 square feet that's being demolished. And then the other question was related to the bridge, as far as what, just the precedent of what the bridge is. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the idea here was to outline existing variances that have already set precedent before this bridge. So this isn't something that's new. Variances with similar hardship cases have been granted and approved.
Can you, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you give me an example of something that's similar?
Well, those are the two that I showed previously earlier.
Yep.
So there's numerous single, 12-foot wide bridges that span the front setback.
So those are considered pedestrian bridges?
Correct.
Okay, and they're identified as pedestrian bridges.
Yeah, I mean, it's access for pedestrians, not for cars. It's for pedestrians, for people. Yeah, it's not for a car to drive on. It's pedestrians to get access into the unit or the home.
Okay. Okay, but so why aren't they considered decks?
Well, I mean, I think we were talking about that with Bruce. It's a structure. So it's, bridge by definition is taking you from one side to the other, right? It's doing that, but it's also a raised feature. So, I mean, it is a physical structure that's above 30 inches that requires a permit, and it requires a variance in the front yard setback. So we, it's a pedestrian bridge.
Yeah.
So
And one of the reasons I wanted to hear this item is to make sure we really talked about the findings we have to make. And I'm going back to, that the variance shall be granted only when, because of special circumstances applicable to the property, including size, shape, topography, location, or surroundings, the strict application of the zoning regulations deprives such property of privileges enjoyed by other property in the vicinity and other identical zoning classifications. And so to kind of answer your question, Amy, is what's being deprived here is reasonable access to the building. And so therefore the bridge constitutes a variance that would be, in my mind, I can make the findings to allow a bridge, but on the other hand, I would not be able to make the findings to provide a deck that extended from the entire house, the entire width, to the entire width of Oxford. That would go far beyond the necessity of making this a usable lot from access to Oxford. So I think the difference between a bridge and a deck is more in how it relates to the variance findings and less with the definitive, what is a bridge, what is a deck?
Yeah, and I guess just being layman, I don't understand the difference. So if the staff can explain to us what the difference is, that would be great. Between a deck and a bridge.
So I'll just, if I could chime in, Chair. So there are two different, the two structures had two different intended uses. So the bridge is providing access, primary access to the unit, versus a deck, which could be just a sitting area. The issue is whether or not what's the special, what is a privilege that's being enjoyed by adjacent properties that this property is being deprived of when we apply the standards given the special circumstance, and that is the topographic constraint. So all other properties in the area, or most of similar properties in the area, have direct access to Oxford. And we've granted variances before in order for those homes to have direct pedestrian access to their main entry. So that's the purpose of this bridge, is to provide direct pedestrian access from Oxford to this unit's main entry.
So Roy, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that this is something that you have already had precedence on with other neighbors.
Yes, so we included examples in the staff report.
Yep.
Other similar variances that we granted for pedestrian bridges.
Yeah, and I would go as far as to say it's far more frequent than just the two examples. I remember seeing at least one, if not two, in my first time on the planning commission. So it in that area of Cardiff, on those streets that have the very steep slope right next to the eastern boundary, it is not unusual to get this kind of variance request. And so,
Mr. Chair, if I could clarify that your point about the slope analysis, I was just scrolling through the plan and I saw that page that you're referring to, page 255. And yes, that purpose of that is for average lot slope. And what's shown on there is incorrect, that it should be from setback to setback, not property line to property line. So
okay, good.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and the reason I wanted to clarify it, I didn't want it cited as a precedent in the future. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Amy, did that answer? Did you got it now? Okay. Any other comments, questions? Oh, Steve, you got your hand up.
I don't think I don't think the lot slope changes the calculus on this. I find I can make the findings for the variance, and I would make a motion that we approve the variance and the coastal development permit as outlined in the staff report.
Okay. Is there a second, or Susan, second for discussion? For discussion, Kevin?
I got nothing for discussion.
Well, except that Susan has her hand up, so.
Oh.
Susan?
Yeah, I just wondered, underneath the bridge, what's underneath the bridge? Is that just open space, or is it actually like a storage area, or what's underneath the bridge?
Looks like it's backfilled.
Yeah, it's dirt.
Yeah, it's usually backfilled. Yeah, backfilled, and there's a pass through to get you through it or under it.
I just realized I skipped the applicant on this one. You guys need to, yeah, sorry about that. Zoom, you know, the one problem with Zoom is it gets so easy. So tell you what, Andrew or Julie, I don't know who, did you want to make a presentation? Because it sounds like we're on track to approve. But
no, we're here just to answer any questions you may have. And Julie is also on the line as well. She's
I apologize. When we get into the later evening, we try and be thorough, and then sometimes even my checklist didn't save me here. So my apologies.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I got a motion and a second. And Susan, you still have your hand up. Anybody else have any other comments, questions? If not,
I'm still looking at, it finally loaded, so I can finally actually see it. And I was just trying to see what's going on underneath that bridge. Because a bridge should be a freestanding structure, and I'm just wondering, you know, because that if there's stuff under it, or if they come back in and they add storage under it, that's not a bridge anymore. It's actually, you know, space. It's actually, you know, some of the developed space. So that's why I'm concerned about what's under that bridge. And I'm not really totally clear on it. I'm looking at these photos of their rendering, and it looks solid. It looks like a solid wall, not a bridge. It doesn't look open under it.
Todd, could you bring up page 269 on share screen? And I think that shows the cross section of the bridge and the slope beneath it. And then it shows.
Yeah, I'm looking at page number 272 out of, I guess that's the last page of the thing, where there's a picture of it, and it doesn't look open under the bridge. It looks like there's kind of a tunnel, but there's some area that's not open under it.
Page G005 also shows it.
Just back to the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'm looking at page 272 here. And I would think if it's a bridge, it's an open structure, you know, not having storage under it or anything like that.
I hit share screen.
I need to, yeah, sure.
Yeah, you're looking at the photorealistic.
I'm looking at the renderings on page 272 of the staff report.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Someone else brought it up.
Someone else did?
I think so.
So yeah, that's a walkway just to connect to the other area for gardeners and for maintenance.
Yeah.
And then the idea was to have more of a solid base to the bridge versus some of these bridges you see around look a little bit thin and cheap. So we wanted something solid and grounded.
And Andrew, is that backfill in that section on the
Yes,
left?
that would be backfill, yeah.
So there's no additional use, it's just the bridge structure.
Yeah, no habitable space, no additional use, just the bridge and dirt below.
Okay. Susan, do you have a further question or clarification on the bridge?
it looks heavy for a bridge. That's all. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. So I've got a question, a motion and a second on the table. Is there
And I can add that in my opinion, a bridge is an access, wouldn't necessarily be considered lot coverage. However, if walls come down from that bridge to grade, in my mind, that's lot coverage and that would not be allowed in the setback. That as an architect, I wouldn't do it, is what I'm saying.
unless the bridge structure is pervious and lets water through to the backfill.
Yeah, it is actually pervious pavers.
There you go. So further discussion, or I've got a question, a motion and a second. Can I call the question? Let's call the question.
I have the motion just to make sure it's correct. That was made by Commissioner Dalton and seconded by Commissioner Sharon.
Kevin, I think, seconded.
Oh, Kevin, okay.
Did I get that right, Kevin?
Yes, I did, but.
Sorry, let me go back. Dalton and Doyle. Okay. How do I get back?
You scroll down to the.
Okay, so call the question is Commissioner Chair or Chair Ehlers.
Aye.
Sorry, I'm getting delirious. Vice Chair Doyle.
Aye.
Commissioner Sharon.
No.
Commissioner Dalton.
Aye.
And Commissioner Flicker.
Aye.
Okay, so the vote passes 4-1 with Commissioner Sharon as an A.
Okay, great. Okay, we have 15 minutes, which I do not think is enough to get through parking, as much as I would love to do that.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Malloy and Mr. Crocker.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Sorry to keep you late, and
it's a beautiful house, though. Really.
So I'm super excited. I live right down the street now, so I'm 8 houses. So I will be kind to the neighbors and be a good neighbor. So I'm excited.
My first address in Encinitas was on Oxford.
It's a good street.
Yeah.
So funny coincidence of the 2 examples, the one double example, the guy worked for me at the time he asked for that variance. So I know the guy that owns that house.
It's a great neighborhood. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now on to the next item, and I'm afraid with 15 minutes, there's just no way we can do it justice, and the best thing to do is to continue this. And I would ask Roy, where would the best place to park this one or put this one? And in my little time estimate, I thought there was probably 45 minutes of discussion and to pass it. So, you know, it's not a huge one, but it's not minuscule either. And I apologize to the 1 or 2 people that waited all night to get continued to another meeting.
Let's say probably the June 8th meeting. I would, considering that on June 3rd, we do have a big item coming before you on June 3rd, several big items on June 3rd. So.
Okay. And then June 8th is mostly developments. Are there big developments on how?
No, they're probably smaller, well, relatively speaking.
Yeah. How many? Maybe. Do you have a rough band? Can you bound it to 2 to 2, 2 to 3, 5 to 10?
I would say probably 3 to 5.
Okay. Wow. And some of those might be on consent, or are they would? Okay, good. Okay, so it sounds like the proposal would be June 8th to continue a date certain. I'll entertain a motion.
Steve,
That or I'll
go for
move,
that.
yeah. Is that Steve? Move date certain to,
I'd make a motion that we move this agenda item to a date certain on June 8th.
okay. I'll second it if I'm allowed to. And no discussion, call the question.
Right, Chair Ayers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker,
The thumbs up for those of you that can't see.
Aye. Sorry, guys.
No, it's okay.
and Commissioner Sharon.
Yes.
Okay, the vote passes unanimously.
Okay, and with that, we'll move on to any future agenda items being added by the planning commissioners. Are there any? I don't see any. Let's see, planning commission reports. Are there any planning?
Chair, are we going to actually put the bylaws onto an agenda at some point in time?
Yeah, we talked about that. What was the time frame we thought?
Yes, that we talked about June 8th.
Oh,
as well.
Okay. Okay, great, thanks.
Coming right up.
Yeah. And Roy, I would put that as the last item so that we can get through the time critical business. As I do want to do it, believe me, I want to do it. But you know, if we're going to pick one, we're going to be there no matter what. So there won't be as many people waiting to speak on that. Any other questions? Let's see, planning commissioner reports. Are there any? No? City planner reports.
Nothing to report.
Wow, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, so we'll go to adjournment, thank you. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is scheduled for June 3rd, 2021, and this meeting is now adjourned to the regular planning commission meeting of June 3rd, 2021 at 6 p.m. Thank you.
All right.